Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to another episode of the ArchCast special, where today we are joined with one of, I think literally my oldest internet friends, Mags.
G'day, ladies and gents. How you doing today?
So, tell us a little bit about yourself, Mags, and your preferred form of military autism.
Oh, alright. So, my little place in the world. I am one of the War Thunder Ancients. Started streaming War Thunder content to build my channel in like 2013, with a bit of a twist on history in there as well. Yeah, my autistic streak is very much in anything to do with 3D space. So I like my aircraft, I like my submarines. I am slowly sorting out surface ships at the moment. Moved into a lot of simulation, but I've been gaming for the better part of 3.5 decades, so I play a bit of everything.
Yep, and there will be a link in the description, and if YouTube has sorted its fucking atting mechanic, there might be one in the title too. Depends.
No, you still broke it. Good job, Art.
I'm gonna give up on that fucking system, I swear to God.
I mean, again, if you add me as an editor on your channel, I will fix it for you, because I know as soon as you give up on something, it's never gonna get fixed. Once it breaks, you're gonna be like, oh well, that's how God meant for it to be.
Correct. So why would I mess with perfection?
Fine.
I love how YouTube added in that feature, like, I don't know, years ago, and I was like, oh, you can add people in, like, things instead of having links. Like, okay, that's kind of cool. Then you can, like, a quizzy little preview of the channel and stuff. I don't know what it is. It never works. It never fucking works. And when it does work, it just doesn't save the stream information. So, such is life. It is a harsh and uncaring world. And I see you've been playing a little bit of Sea Power too. That one's really good, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, I got into that one. I've done a couple of pre-recordings, then my net's cleaned up, so I've done a couple of live streams with it. It still has some issues. It's very clearly early access. The biggest problem the game has at this point in time is a lot of the lack of explanation. The tutorial and information that the game actually gives you is
non-existent.
A bit sparse. Yeah, that works too. But the game itself, gameplay-wise, they've nailed it. There's a couple of things I'd like to see tweaked, and the fact that they're doing a lot of mod support straight out of the bat also tells me that if they don't tweak the stuff that needs to be tweaked, the community's going to take care of it. It's a great platform. I've saw what they did to Cold Waters. There is no way knowing this game is not going to be modded out the arse within like 2 months. So
yeah, it's a fantastic platform, but they went that route that too many developers are doing now. Like, oh, you want a tutorial? Watch this YouTube video. Like, no.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's a. The issue is with the complexity of the game, because it's
the answer.
God, what's the strategy game? I'm having a brain fart here at the moment. It's a hybrid between something like Cold Waters and a far more complex strategy game that is skipping my mind right now.
Oh, yeah, like I would say that it's pretty close to Command Modern Operations, honestly.
That's the one I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's a sort of a hybrid in between the two. Yep. Now, the issue with that kind of game is when you're trying to deal with large, complex scenarios, you need information, like detailed information on what weapons you have and what equipment that you have available that you can back reference, because you've got a lot you're trying to handle and it's just not there. So that needs to be sorted out. And because
it's not even just that, right? It's the fact that if we're playing this, we're looking at like, okay, what extra information do I have? Like, I hate the fact that you can't have multiple minimaps, honestly. That annoys me, it upsets me as well. And that there's no, like, warning system and all this stuff. But for a normal person who's like, oh, this looks like a cool little naval game, it's like, okay, this is an AGM-88 harm.
Yeah, okay. They're going to walk straight into a wall. And I'm a little concerned, too, about what the campaign's going to look like in the larger scale when that comes out. Because the map on this in games like Cold Waters, you've had a world map to move your units around, and then you go into like a battle map that's got a limited area of effect. This is dealing with multiple units, and there is no the battle map is the entire world map. You can scroll out and have an engagement anywhere. So it's entirely possible the way the campaigns are going to play out is you are going to have to be managing multiple fleets simultaneously in completely different parts of the world. But all of these fleets are likely going to be running in real time at the same time. So you're not going to be just watching one battle. You might be trying to monitor 3 separate battles simultaneously on the map, and you haven't got a lot of tools to tell you what you've got. People are going to get really confused. People like me that are a little autistic in regards to this stuff, I will work it out, but somebody new coming into this is going to be like walking into a brick wall.
And even for experienced people, like the idea of running multiple battles with so little automation, like say you've got 3 fleets, okay. One is trying to run ASW, another one needs to maintain cap over its carriers, and a third one might be submarines. Like, okay, you're going to have to actively do this. Like, if you're going to put down sonar buoys, for example, you're going to have to shift-click out every single fucking buoy on the map for ASW in one area. It's going to be nightmarish.
Yeah, hopefully they'll run into all these problems. The developers seem to be pretty good because the team here for Triassic is actually, it's half of the team that worked on Cold Waters. After Cold Waters, the company that made it split into 2. One made the World War, again I'm slipping my mind here, but the World War II naval battle game, and the other split off to make Sea Power. And the entire dev team was pretty good from the word go in regards to community feedback, even before the split. So I suspect they'll be taking a lot of information in and they will make a lot of improvements. I got a lot of hope for this one. But yeah, there's definitely some teething issues that they're going to have sorted.
Yep, they got to steal a lot of mechanics from Command, because Command's mission system, albeit a little heavy to get into, once you get into it and you figure out how it works, it is remarkably easy and elegant to operate countless different missions at the same time, because when you order them to do something, you can more or less rely on, like, okay, you've got 4 Harriers in the area, they're at anti-air warfare, you've set the rules of engagement, you've set the ranges, you've set the firing range for the various missiles, what to engage with. Now you can leave them alone, and they're probably going to do all right. In in Sea Power, they're not going to do all right at all.
No. And sometimes they'll just mess it up completely. I think actually in the video you're watching at the moment, one of my Harriers just straight tanks it into the ocean trying to maneuver against a fighter. Just noses straight in.
I mean, I haven't seen that yet, but on the formation system, I hate the way they've done formations, because half the time I'm like, why aren't you in formation? I'm like, I don't know. Why aren't you in formation? I don't know. Like, they split off in these weird patterns.
Yeah, they split away. They especially don't. The formation system does not like it when you try and turn the formation in any direction.
Yes.
I was in the middle of an engagement and I tried to shift the direction of the formation to start dealing with a new threat and bring the rear-mounted missile launchers on the ships that I was playing with into bear, because I was fairly nose on. And because the inner ship had less distance to turn, it decided that in the middle of an engagement, it was just going to go full stop and just park there and wait for the rest of the formation to turn around it. So I've got a completely stationary ship sitting in the middle of an active fire zone, and it's just not doing anything.
Yep. And air power, too. Like, it's so difficult to tell if have you given an order to the formation? Have you given orders to the individual aircraft? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that can be a bit of an issue on it too. I've often got to go through individually just to make sure different systems are actually turned on the way I want them to do, because sometimes you click the formation set systems and it works them all. Sometimes it doesn't, and I'm assuming bug, but not sure.
I think it has to do with how the game communicates formations.
Yes,
you set the posture, for example. Like, okay, you're gonna go active because you're in an area, you need more aircraft radar on, go on, and one aircraft turns it on. Then I'm in dogfight a little bit later on. It's like, okay, fire your missiles. Can't. Why not? I haven't turned my radar on. Fuck.
Yes. Also, actually another one that I've noticed as well, which is a bit of a again a bit of an explanation problem. It's another example of that, like details on what your ships actually have available.
Oh
There's one
god,
of the
yes.
engagements.
Fucking
One of the
ammo.
engagements that I did. There's that, but there's also one of the engagements that I did. It's actually one of the other videos. It's India versus Pakistan, and it's only a small engagement. You've only got a couple of boats, and they're all World War II vintage boats, which makes sense. That's what they had. But it's not clear what systems upgrades these boats have had since the late 1940s. And I ran into a situation where I was running surface radar, and I couldn't see the enemy boats. They could engage me, but I couldn't see them.
Yep, I know
On
the
radar.
mission.
It wasn't until I got into visual range. Now, here's the thing: it's entirely possible that that's accurate and working as intended, because you're still running the World War II radar on these boats, which is not exactly the most reliable radar in the world. Or it could be a bug and you're running a more modern radar and it's just not working. And there is no way or feedback for you to be able to tell whether or not this is a bug or whether or not this is working as intended, because you don't actually know what radar you have. It's just search radar on this boat and no additional details. So you're potentially running into bugs that, because the system doesn't give you a lot of information or a lot of feedback, you can't identify. You can't tell.
Yeah, it's annoying. And again, also gear. Like when you have an aircraft carrier, like, okay, how many ASM missiles do you have aboard this thing? Is it infinite? I'm starting to assume just infinite, frankly.
Yeah, that's basically what I've come to the conclusion of at the moment. I've run a couple of test missions that I put together just to see how much ordnance I could lump off one of the carriers, and I never seem to run out. So I'm assuming the carriers just have a magical infinite supply. Again, this is a thing that I'm assuming modders are going to fix if the developers don't. There will be limits put on there because somebody's got to make it hard mode. It's the way it's got to be.
Yep. Also, I'm sorry, LumLum. I know this means absolutely nothing to you, but
I just have white noise in my head at this moment. I am so confused and I was too scared to ask at this point what the hell is going on.
Oh, this could get a lot worse. See, I'm a fan of Warhammer 40k as well, and I'm into World War II, and I'm into DCS. So if me and Arch go off the deep end, this could get really bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
40k is fine, but strategy games and boats and stuff, I'm confused. It's like, I have never played a strategy game before, and Arch wants to start me out with baby's first strategy game of Solium Infernum.
Yep, I'll start it easy.
Heresy's the question.
It's not a terrible
Fire
choice,
is the
in truth.
answer.
Entertaining choice.
Yeah, no, once you get the rules of Solium Infernum, the countless, ever-changing, always exceptions rules, it starts getting somewhat logical.
You give me too much grace with how very little my brain works. Right now, I has head hort. My brain can't comprehend any of this. All I see are ships, various letters, a map, and then I get lost.
Well, to be fair, all there is really to see. It's what's going on between them. It's more of the complexity.
Yep. I've tried to explain to LumLum that a game like Command Operation is basically a game of circles and their consequences.
Yes.
Circles and their consequences.
Yep. Pretty simple, really.
Okay.
Although they do pop up in this as well. I kind of like how they just show a circle for range for fuel management on aircraft in this. So it's very simple to understand. If the place you want to go to is inside the circle, you're fine. If the place you want to go to is outside the circle, you're screwed. That's it.
I noticed they haven't fixed this in the release version either. Range, 0 nautical miles.
Yes.
Like, okay,
Yeah,
how far can my aircraft fly? Thanks.
Yeah, it's just look at the circle is all you've got. I've had a couple of times where the carrier has been on the very edge of the inside of the circle, and I'm immediately thinking, I wonder if it's calculating the fuel usage for a Harrier landing. I don't know if it does that, because if it does that, that circle isn't quite accurate.
I don't think
this
so.
could be a problem.
It does take into consideration altitude and speed to a degree, but I think once you're landing, it just locks you in and you're fine.
Yeah, I've come to that as well. But there was a moment there where I was contemplating trying to move the carrier as well. So again, it comes down to feedback. Systems feedback is not great; does need to be improved. But game fantastic. I'm genuinely impressed.
It's a great game, and it's far more easier to get into from the simple fact that you can see shit in real life. Like, oh, that's a helicopter. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fun compared to command modern operations as well. It's fun, that 3D view, just being able to watch your planes engage, watch the missile engagement, watch shit get blown up. It's so nice. Most games like this just skip that.
Yep.
It is really nice.
Folks in the complexity, whereas C-Power has proven that you can have the complexity and the graphics. Awesome.
Yeah. And they're by no means the greatest graphics in the world, but they don't need to be. They're exactly what is needed for what is shown. It works.
Absolutely functional. Right. Don't worry, LumLum. We shall move on to your favorite topic of geopolitics now. It can only get better from here.
Why are we talking about the Syrian rebel group overthrowing the government?
Well, that's a good question, LumLum, because we're not actually talking about a Syrian rebel group overthrowing the government. We're talking about the Turkish army overthrowing the government.
What? I thought it was Syria. When did Turkey do this?
Well, the group that overthrew Bashar al-Assad is the Syrian National Army. The Syrian National Army is sponsored, trained, and basically operated by the Turkish army.
Okay, don't confuse LumLum. It's still Syria. It's not. It didn't happen in Turkey.
Yes, in the same way that the Afghanistan security forces were Afghanistan's, which is why they stood up so well against the Taliban once the Americans left.
What happened now? Why are we talking about them? Or is it just the fact that they overthrew the government?
Well, that they overthrew the government and they did it so quickly. There's something I cannot wrap my head around, sandbox warfare, because these bastards have been fighting since 2012 now, and yet the entire Syrian government collapses in like 2 weeks. What have they been doing the last 10 plus years?
I don't know. It sounds like some people on the inside were just ready to let it happen.
But that's been going on for a while too. See, the Bashar al-Assad, who wasn't actually supposed to succeed his father, he was forced to do so after his brother died, like getting assassinated or something. His car crashed mysteriously, like so many whistleblowers these days. So he had no support, and most of his, old guard loyalists were either accidented too, or they abandoned him, and then the Arab Spring came around, which the West looked at and was like, my God, finally the Middle East is embracing democracy. Well, yeah, kind of. What are they voting for? Extreme theocratic governments. Oh.
I'm wondering whether or not this comes down to a level of support. A lot of Syria's support is tied up in other wars at the moment. What he was using to keep his government propped up is all distracted, and then, he's finally got to handle things on his own, and it just falls in a heap. I don't have enough information. I've basically been waiting for the dust to settle with everything that's going on in the Middle East at the moment, so you can sort of look at the pieces afterwards, because it's pretty fluid, and frankly, it's getting close to Christmas, so
Heresy's the question.
I'm a little distracted.
Fire is the answer.
But my thought would be for a fight that's been going for that long and then for a sudden collapse, would be that something support-wise that Assad have been using is just no longer present.
Yep. I think it might have to do with the purge of the Wagner group, because Wagner was heavily involved in Syria for quite some time. And Wagner was also the only group that at least did something in Ukraine, And after they purged them, they weren't doing very well. There were pictures taken a while ago of special group gear captured by Syrian rebels. So the Russians just weren't doing well at all. Their vaunted Spetsnaz were getting creamed by goat herders, which is not good.
It is not the first time we've heard about that happening. It's if Wagner was the link through which Russia was supplying through to Syria, Wagner's gone, and then Russia's very, very tied up with everything going on in Ukraine and all of the outer provinces that are really starting to turn into a bit of a shit show for them at the moment. It would make sense. They have to pull stuff out of somewhere. If all their support's pulled out of Syria, and Syria was 100% reliant on that support via Russia to keep themselves going, yeah, it could fold very quickly. It wouldn't take much. Just like picture for a moment if, like, just to flip it over to another area, Ukraine, and I sort of hope this doesn't happen, but let's say 100% of Western support was to pull out of Ukraine tomorrow. How long do you reckon it'll take them to fold? With what they've got on supply, just everything gone, all of the bullets, everything coming over the border, what they've got is what they've got, and that's all they've got. I think they'd last more than a couple of weeks, but they are going to fold, and it will be really quickly compared to the length this war has gone on, because they are reliant on that outside support. It's same situation.
Oh, I see countless examples of this. America pulling out of Vietnam and the South Vietnamese army getting absolutely destroyed. The recent
America pulled the pull out of Afghanistan.
Yep.
It was like 12 hours, and it was over.
Listen, we've trained the security forces extensively.
Yeah, to hand over their weapons and join the enemy or run away and jump the border. They trained them to do that really well. They were very efficient at that.
And I guess the Syrian army, too, just grew reliant upon Russia bombing
Heresy's the
people for
question.
them.
Fire is the answer.
Yeah, pretty much. That would be my guess. As I said, I don't have a lot of information on it. I haven't been looking at it too closely. But if I had to guess, big picture, if you've got a support pillar
Heresy's
that
the
your
question.
entire administration
Fire is
is
the
reliant
answer.
on and it suddenly gets pulled, what have you got? It's just going to fold. And that seems to be what's happening over that end of the world. We'll definitely find out more in the very near future, I imagine. And it'll be interesting to see where it goes, because I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be very much a case of new boss, same as the old boss over there. But that's kind of the story for the entirety of the Middle East and every single regime change they've ever had. So, you know.
Oh, quite possibly worse, too. Like, Assad has now fled to Russia, where he'll be put up in a luxury apartment and, fed like a prized pet for a while, I guess, until he's no longer useful.
Is it confirmed that he's alive? I've missed out on this piece of information. The last time I looked really closely at this, there was a moment where Russia was saying that he was alive and in Russia, but they weren't releasing photos of him. But there was also radar evidence that the plane that he was on, or supposed to have been on, got shot down and crashed with satellite photos of the crash site.
Yep, I've heard
And there was a bit of a toss-up. Yeah, there's a bit of a toss-up on whether or not he's alive. Have they actually showed him alive in Russia yet?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to look that up. I don't know if they'd actually taken pictures of him. They claim that he's in Russia.
Yes, they were claiming that the last time I checked as well. And that's got me really curious, because the one thing is, Russia was sort of security guarantor for Syria. I'm not sure if the way the agreements they had panned out that way, but that's essentially how it was.
Yes, because this is another
And they're
weakening
falling.
for Russia. Because they moved
Syria
in and they were
falling.
like, we're going to keep up this regime. America looks weak. They can't keep their regimes up. And now they're lost.
Yeah, and they've just lost one in the face of everything else that's going on. So it's entirely possible, from a political standpoint, they're saying he's alive knowing that he's not, just because it would make them look weak, that not only could they not hold Syria up, but they let him get shot down so they couldn't even extract the leader from the country. That makes them look particularly weak. So I'm still waiting to see video evidence that he is actually alive in Russia. If it exists, chat, somebody give a ping, but yeah, at this point I haven't seen it, so there is a bit of a question there too.
Yep. like Russia's geopolitical position has been weakened now yet further. They can't even keep their puppets alive, and like the only ones who are willing to support them now is basically North Korea, because, well, what else are they gonna do? I guess.
Yeah, they dug their hole a long time ago.
Yep. And China is still willing to sell them literal garbage at exorbitant prices, I'm sure.
Yes, and China's going to win-win here, to be perfectly honest. I reckon. I think that's part of the reason why they're continuing to do it. 'Cause if Russia survives, they've got an ally up north that borders Europe. If Russia doesn't survive, it's a relatively short walk across the northern Chinese border straight into some of the most resource-rich parts of the country, and China's a little short on resources these days. They import far too much for their own liking. So they've got no lose situation here.
Yep. Incidentally, did you see their new fight?
Oh, was it the J20?
No, they got a new one now.
Yeah, the knockoff F-35, the
Yes.
Wish.com F-35.
Yes.
Yes, I have seen it. Yes.
It is an
It's
adorable
nice.
little thing. It looks exactly like the F-35.
To be fair, I think it has a better hope of actually seeing some time in the sky than Russia's Wish.com version of the F-35 that they announced like 2 years ago. If you recall, they actually did an announcement after as their competitor non-felon. I don't think that's ever going to see anything more than the mock-up they've got. And they're definitely going to have a better chance than Iran's stealth fighter, which was the funniest fucking thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. If you know anything about how stealth actually functions from a design standpoint, that thing was hilarious. What was that, 2018, that they had that thing rolling around on a runway, and I think it was rolling around with like a 2-stroke motor attached to one of the wheels to push it. Yeah, that thing. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yep, I'm trying to find decent pictures of it, but
there's a beautiful shot that I used on my channel, although it was years ago now, to show the problem with this plane when you look at it directly from the front. There's a front angle shot of it. The thing with any kind of low radar visibility design is you need to have the angles on the aircraft. So each of the planes of the aircraft align. Yes, that's the one I used. So the angles on the planes of the aircraft for panel need to align in the same direction.
Heresy's the question.
So that
Fire is
essentially
the
the
answer.
way it works is a pilot gets a ping inside of the cockpit. They're being hit from radar from a direction. Because all the panel work is aligned in straight lines at the same angles with one another, the pilot is actually able to turn the
Service
aircraft
guarantees
to
citizenship.
adjust the angle of the panels to enhance the deflection of the radar in order to reduce the cross-section. This is how F-35 works, this is how F-22 works. Any competent stealth fighter is built this way. If you go through and actually check the angles on that photo, there isn't a single panel on that aircraft that conforms to any other panel on that aircraft at any point.
Yep. It all
Not
looks like
a
it's been
single
bolted
fucking
together
one.
from fucking scrap pieces.
It is. It's bolted together from balsa wood, and it's put together by somebody who saw a photo of F-22 and F-35 and said, we can make something here that looks the same, with no concept of how it functions on even the most basic level. There is not an angle on that thing that conforms. So it wouldn't work. It would just, you'd hit it with radar from one angle, and the other angles would just bounce a single back and you'd see it anyway. It's just freaking ridiculous. And yes, apparently when they did the taxi run on it to show, oh, see, we've got it rolling, we're doing taxiing tests on it. Yeah, it was a 2-stroke engine attached to one of the wheels that was pushing it.
Yep. The West has lagged behind a bit in weapons development after the end of the Cold War, this is true, but compared to our adversaries...
Well, it comes down to, do they need to? That's sort of what it is. The US overperformed with the F-15, let's be perfectly honest. And then F-35 and F-22 is just teabagging, all of the old red nations. That's all that was. But yeah, the J20 at the very least, J20 is flying. That thing is funny because that thing's got a radar. It's the first stealth fighter that China built, and that thing's radar cross section is large enough that it can be picked up by civilian radar. So that's a thing. The new one, I suspect it'll fly. How well it'll actually function, who knows? China is not very good at innovating. They're very good at copying, and it is somewhat telling that they've had the plans for F-35 for 12 years? 12 years or 15 years was the leak now? I forget exactly how long it's been. It's been a while. And it's taken them that long to make a copy of the plane that they got the plans for, or most of the plans for. And yeah, that was the thing that was built in between. And it's been redefined on what it's supposed to be a couple of times as a result. I believe at the moment it's supposed to be a high altitude interceptor because it can't maneuver, so it can't fight. And it's not very good from the concept of a stealth fighter because, civilian radar stations, like at airports, can pick it up when they're not supposed to be able to. So yeah, I think it's semi-low visibility, high altitude interceptor is its current designation. But that's why they're building this new F-35 knockoff, because that thing is not going to do what they need it to.
Yep. The Chengdu looks good. That's the only thing it does, because it's a pretty aircraft.
Oh yeah, it's an attractive plane from an appearance standpoint. It's really good. I like canard planes. It's a nice looking plane. It's just, as far as we can tell at the moment from the information that's out, it's kind of a bucket of shit.
Yep.
That's
literally the only good thing about the Chinese aircraft at the moment are the air-to-air missiles, which are a bit worrying. But we're currently working on our own version of the Super AMRAAMs and stuff.
Yeah. Well, again, part of that comes down to what they say it's capable of doing and what it actually is. So until somebody actually uses one of them to shoot it down and we can get some tracking information, that is a giant question mark. But no doubt the US will react exactly the same way it reacted with any other time that anybody gets any kind of technical advancement on them. They will spend 10 times as much and develop something that's 4 times as good based on only the theoretical capabilities, and then we'll find out whether or not it was necessary or not after the money's been spent. But it's been working so far, and what's another $1 trillion on the debt for the US? It's just the way it is.
What is it? It doesn't really matter, Plus, we'll get some new cool toys.
Yes, we'll get some new cool toys, and we're probably due a couple. I'd like to see the return of the Phoenix. I'd like to see the modern form of a Phoenix come back. Just an air-to-air missile with an engagement range that is truly ridiculous.
See, I just want the Abrams 10 that they've been teasing for a while now. The super duper ultra mega uber Abrams.
I suspect that's going to be delayed with everything that's happened in Ukraine. Yeah, that is really pretty. I like that thing, but now that we've seen how effective drones are in combat, I did laugh really, really heavily at the whole, the drones are going to end the tank age. No, the drones are going to necessitate about $500 billion in spending to build anti-drone systems that will be incorporated to all future tanks, and then the tanks will go on as they were. That's all that's going to happen. It's just, I suspect there'll be a delay as they work out whatever is the most effective way of dealing with drones, because I don't think the Russian answer is going to be appropriate for that design.
No.
You've seen the Russian anti-drone vehicles?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of their attempts to make anti-drone stuff.
Yeah, the steel frame chassis with the engine out of one of their cars and about 50 Kalashnikovs mounted on a frame. So you pull the trigger and fire them all at once, but you have to manually reload each magazine by hand.
I mean, they had even like ECM stuff that was supposed to deal with drones, which they tested and just didn't fucking work. Then they had the Pantsir system has proven relatively effective, but it's way too expensive to deal with a $3,000 drone.
Yeah.
Honestly, their most effective innovation so far has been the fucking turtle tank.
Which only worked up until they started using FPV drones and could fly the bombs straight up the front of it rather than dropping them on top.
Yep.
So,
Why
yeah,
does that look like a barn?
It's the barn tank. That's exactly what it is.
It is a barn.
Russia got so scared of cheap Wish drones dropping essentially modified mortars from above that they built barns over the top of their tanks to try and avoid it. So that's exactly what it is. It's a barn built on top of a tank so people can't drop anything on top of the tank. Completely nullifying the capabilities and usefulness of a tank.
Citizenship.
And so Ukraine went and spent a little bit of money and bought slightly more expensive FPV drones, which you can control like with a VR headset. So they now fly the bombs straight in the front and they blow the tank up anyway.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yep.
It's Russia.
And the vaunted T-14, with its multitude of hard and soft kill countermeasure systems, is yet to be spotted.
Well, that's because they kept breaking down on the training grounds. They released the video. When was that? That would have been within the first 12 months of the war, I'm pretty sure. They released the video showing them supposedly maneuvering, and there was like 3 or 4 of them parked and then 1 or 2 of them driving around. And it didn't take long for mechanics to take a look at it and go, yeah, that thing's got about 3 dud pistons in it. The rings are blown out. Looking at the smoke that was coming out of it, that thing is going to be visible from like 20 mile away. Just off the smoke cloud coming off the engine while it's operating, and it wasn't doing anything hard. It was just driving around on a concrete skid pan, just doing little maneuvers. So it wasn't actually having to work hard on terrain. So once it was actually working, this was going to get worse. And yeah, surprisingly, they've never shown up because they don't work either.
Service guarantees
I don't know
It
what
is-
the hell they were thinking with that, and that's a freaking shit design anyway.
Like, I don't know what they're having such a hard time with, honestly. It's like, okay, the non-man automated turret, that's cute, that's relatively complex, and a neat idea, but the rest of the chassis is just a tank. Like, how can you not make tank?
A lot of it is manufacturing competence. After the wall fell for Russia, a lot of the engineers that had been working that had obviously been inside of the Iron Curtain over the course of the Soviet Union, that worked on a lot of the tank designs that they're still using now, they bailed. You know, there was no longer a Soviet Union to keep them restrained. They have the skills to design pretty complex mechanical hardware. They're actually pretty switched on people. And they could jump a border now, nothing was stopping them, they weren't going to get shot, go to the West and use those skills to make
Service
shitloads
guarantees
of money doing
citizenship.
anything from potentially military hardware to just making farm equipment. It doesn't matter. They jumped. And so there was a massive brain drain that I don't think Russia's ever recovered from. If you look at all the hardware that Russia has, all of it is old. I mean, even the Felon, their supposed F-22 killer, if you look at that thing, it's an Su-27 with a body kit. That's all it is. It's using the GPS systems inside of it. I'm not sure what they're using now, but at the start of the war, it was revealed they were using off-the-shelf Garmin GPS navigation kits for aircraft, the kind of things you would bolt into your Cessna. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a really nice-looking body kit, but that's an Su-27. That's all it is.
It's very pretty, but it navigates using a fucking Walmart GPS, so...
Yeah. And to be fair, I think a lot of Russia's equipment is actually really attractive. MiG-29 is still one of my favorite aircraft in terms of appearance, and I really like the Su-34 as a concept that would be a counter to something like the F-111. I think it's a really beautiful plane. I think that's a good-looking plane too. But it's just an Su-27, so it's a design from 1974
Service guarantees
with a chassis kit on top of it. That's all it is. So nothing that Russia is operating now, even the newest equipment they have, is actually new. It's all old shit that has just been rebadged, rebranded, had a different chassis bolted on top of it to make it look a little bit different. And they have nothing that's new and functional. Even their radar systems, their surface-to-air missile systems that they're screaming about, it's all based on old tech. So I don't think Russia ever recovered from the post-Soviet collapse brain drain that they went through, ever. Anybody who had the ability to learn something and develop a skill that could have started pushing the technology forward has realized that they had a skill, and they jumped the border and went to the West and got a job in Germany.
Yeah, because why not?
So, yeah, and why wouldn't you? You'd make more in an hour in Germany than you would make in a week in Russia. So
Service
now
guarantees
they're running a
citizenship.
situation where a lot of the tech they've been operating inside of the country over the years have actually been reliant entirely on outsiders. So the fuel systems for all of the
Service
oil
guarantees
manufacture
citizenship.
in Russia was built and maintained by BP. Well, that's all gone, which is why their fuel systems are having so many issues with them at the moment. Is maintenance is falling apart because BP used to maintain it, and they're not there anymore. All their techs are gone, and nobody in Russia actually trained up on it. And anybody who did train up in Russia for it left with BP because they can get a job in the West, make a load of money, and watch the whole thing on TV. And so it's getting worse and worse and worse. They've never been able to really recover in terms of hardware development for tanks or any other really kind of vehicle that they've got. They've been lagging behind in all other areas. A lot of what they do is just for show. And now they're in a conflict where they can't access outside resources anymore to prop up their hardware. I think there's a reason why you're not seeing any of these things flying around. It's because probably the few parts of hardware that they've got in them that are actually somewhat more advanced are completely reliant on supplies from the West that they can no longer access, which is why you're not seeing many of the felons in the sky anymore.
It's also just because Russia is shit at seed. Like, they attempted to do full spectrum domination in the American style, but they're not good at it. And so they lost a lot of aircraft in the early days because it turns out that even the old surplus Soviet AA systems that the Ukrainians have were more than good enough to deal with the Russians. And so it's like, okay, do we really want to lose more of our fancy planes? Like, this is bad news all the time.
Yeah, that's a factor as well. They don't have the hardware, they don't have the
Service
capability. A lot of it's
guarantees
how Russian pilots are trained as well. So Western pilots are trained to operate as individual units in the battle space. So a pilot is trained to use their own judgment based on the
Heresy's the
information they have
question.
available
Fire
and
is
their
the
mission
answer.
profile in order to be able to complete it. Russians are trained to only operate based on ground level command, which means everything that they get and how they operate in a battle space is slower. Because it has essentially any decision that a pilot makes has to go through committee on the ground first before they can make a decision. So if they come across, you're flying along at 1,000 kilometers an hour, you've got the capability of destroying a surface-to-air missile station. A Western pilot would fire the missile off on his way home, blow up the surface-to-air missile station, bugger off home. Not a problem. The Russian pilot has to radio in, get permission to blow it up if he hasn't already been given permission to make that choice himself, get confirmation for it, and by the time that feeds back to him, he's got to turn around if he wants to fire the missile. He's already gone. This is actually a problem with how they function over there. If it's not in the profile, they are not allowed, and they will get their asses kicked if they act outside of the prescribed orders. And so they, even when they've got the capability to do something, they don't. Just because of how they operate. Russia is not doing well for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of old ideas, and that's a control issue. It's just the way the country operates. They like to have control over everything at all times, and individuals aren't really allowed the
Service
freedom to make
guarantees
choices.
citizenship.
And that plays in how the military is trained.
Yep, and that goes from every level, from the uppermost command to just acquisition. Like when the invasion of Georgia, they had to use fucking journalist cell phones because their radios were shit. And I was like, okay, well, we're going to fix this till the next war. And so they did send out millions of rubles worth of contracts for a new army cell phone, radio telephone. Fuck, all of them arrived because all of it was just wasted in corruption.
Start of the Ukraine war, the giant convoy that was struck down that made every single A-10 pilot on the planet salivate because the tires hadn't been changed, so they were all perished. And the few that did get new tires that were supposed to get, fairly decent quality tires for all the trucks got cheaply made Chinese crap because somebody pocketed all the money. And so all their tires blew while they were on convoy to Ukraine, and they're all stuck. They couldn't move the convoy until they eventually got all the tires changed and got it moving again. And even then, I think a huge amount of it had been raided or destroyed.
Ah, Russia.
You can say what you like about how the West runs our systems, but at the very least, the shit works. It might be overly expensive, but it works. They've got problems, and it's only getting worse as time goes on. So, the next 12 months over that end of the world is definitely going to be interesting.
Yep. Our shit is ruinously expensive, and we're producing nowhere near enough of it, as has been demonstrated by Ukraine. But so long as the Slavs are busy killing each other, it's not a concern, frankly.
Pretty much. That's what it is. I mean, long term, I don't think... I know we're going into geopolitics fairly deeply here and into a somewhat interesting subject, but long term, I don't think Ukraine is in a particularly good place.
Don't have the manpower.
Well, it's not a military thing. When I'm talking long term, I'm talking even post-war. From an economic standpoint, a lot of Ukraine's manufacturing capability was in the east, and those cities have been leveled. And a lot of its agricultural capability, the fields have been destroyed or been mined. The areas in the west that still are capable of producing agriculture, well, because of the unreliability in actually getting crops out of Ukraine, whole sections of the agricultural industry worldwide have adjusted because, they were one of the world's top grain suppliers, and there was a hole in the market, and capitalism does what capitalism does, shifted around, and we started, like, even the area that I'm in. At the moment, because we're in summer here in Australia at the moment, if I drive about 20 minutes south of where I am at the moment, it looks like photos of Ukraine from before the war. Yellow fields and blue skies. Because cropping fields that did completely different things post-Ukraine war, farmers saw a hole in the market for a supply that Ukraine was no longer able to bring to market. So they completely changed all of their production in order to fill that hole because there was money in it. So Ukraine's the agricultural niche that they used to fill as part of their economy no longer exists. They do not have the manufacturing part of their economy anymore. Entire cities have been destroyed, which will cost billions, is optimistic, closer to probably trillions to actually repair. If Russia was to pack up and leave tomorrow, just completely leave, give Ukraine all of its original borders back, bugger off to Moscow and get drunk on vodka, just completely leave Ukraine alone, everything stops. Ukraine would be looking at 10 plus years of international support just to keep the country alive at least the rate that it's currently on, before it would be able to re-enter the markets that have already closed to it because the market has adjusted around the country being invaded. I'm not sure what the long-term survival rate of Ukraine is going to be as to what it was, just because I don't know whether or not it can get back there.
Ukraine's best possible future is a puppet state of Europe. Literally.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's its ideal outcome. It's because Ukraine was largely created as a figment of the Western imagination, which we forced upon Russia to begin with. It's been a wonderful way for us to weaken our ancient rival in the East, and that's pretty much what we're going to keep doing to it.
Yeah, well, let's all the bullshit aside, that's why Western nations are supporting Ukraine at the moment. It's not so much that they want to keep Ukraine alive. A lot of them didn't have a lot of attachment to Ukraine prior to this war starting. But they would like Ukraine to be the burial place for the Russian Empire.
Yep,
they would
and
like
it's working
it to be
out pretty
where
well
it
so
ends.
far.
Yep, that's what it is. They want Eastern Ukraine to be nothing but a graveyard of Russian bodies, and Russia to not have a leg to stand on once they're done. And that's what's happening.
Right, now, I'm sorry, LumLum. We'll try to move off.
Oh, you're fine. I made some food while you guys were talking.
But it's fun to talk with Mags, because Mags is someone who actually knows this shit as well as I do, so it's fun to talk about weapons and stuff.
Yes, that's fine, and that's why I wasn't, bitching and complaining. And that's why I was sitting here trying to process what you guys were saying.
You were bitching and complaining silently.
I was trying to, listen and understand what you guys were talking about. I even started looking up some fun articles. And then I forgot 5 minutes later while I'm munching French.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Oh, and also, before we move topics, Probably read the super chats because they really started flooding in while you guys were being fucking nerds.
I thought that was your job, LumLum.
I don't have access to all of your super chats, Arch.
Why do I pay you?
You don't pay me. You paid me once.
That's still once, LumLum.
Well, while you're doing the super chats, if you can give me just 2 seconds, I actually have to go say
Service
goodbye to the
guarantee
wife. She's
citizenship.
about to head off to a show, which I'm sure LumLum's going to want to ask some questions about in just a moment anyway. So I will be right back.
Tell your wife the random fish on the internet says hi.
Will do.
Yay!
All right. LumLum, I have an eye booger. I can't see anything. Read for me.
I can't see all your super chats, Arch.
There we go. We will be moving on to the Indiana Jones one in a moment, just because I think that's an interesting little cultural issue, which LumLum might be able to weigh in on as well. But before that, actually, we'll do the slight aside of Hassan first, because that's a nice little short hit too. Pokelda on Rumble. Lumi, what are the 2 primary projectiles fired by an M1A2 Abrams tank?
I don't know.
You don't
My
know?
default answer was gonna be a rocket, but that is not correct.
A rocket? Are you
Harris
sure
is
that's
the
not
question.
correct, LumLum?
Fire is the answer.
I don't think rockets are launched out of tanks.
Chat. Are
Are
rockets launched out of tanks, chat, in today's world? Bear in mind there, he asked specifically for the M1A2, LumLum.
I don't know what that is.
The A2. Not
All
the
tanks
M1.
look the same to me.
But no, just the round. That's easy. The 2 primary rounds. That's simple. Because you've only really
Harris is
got
the
a couple of
question.
types anyways.
Fire is the answer.
Things that go boom. That's all I know. I don't know the specific type.
Well, actually, the primary difference is in how much they go boom.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I say small exact boom for buildings and then 1 medium-sized boom for a general area and where troops would usually gather, such as trenches or behind barricades.
Largely incorrect.
Service
Unfortunately.
guarantees citizenship.
Oh.
I think what he's looking for is just it's HE and AP, high explosives and anti-tank. Because technically, the Abrams has a lot more projectiles than just 2, but those are the broad differentials.
I see. Abrams has a rectangular turret, you dumb fish. Wait, turrets can be more than circles?
Yes, in fact, fairly few of them are circles these days.
Huh?
Mark Shane, please take a minute to mention how handsome I am in those pictures. That's true, there were lots of family pictures of Bashar al-Assad leaking on the lines. Bell's Quill, how big do you think Intergalactic's budget is? 250 devs for 4 years has to cost a pretty penny. Yes, I think so. We will get to that today as well, but I'm assuming that's going to be another Concorde-sized failure, really. It's not going to go well.
And I am back.
Welcome back. Alex,
So what are we up to?
Oh, just going through some of the super chats now. Alex Hoffman's been for 19 months. World War III when? I want to get me some Russians. Unfortunately, there is very unlikely to be a World War III, and those people who are currently making a lot of streams going World War III now, well, they're mostly preying on your ignorance.
Pretty much.
Scarf the Strange. Hey, Arch, can you give me your best insult in Norwegian? No, because it would be a racist one.
I mean, would the YouTube bots even know if it was a racist insult because it's not in English?
It might. Never underestimate the robot, LumLum. Smudge for £2. Reward for no dev. £2? That's all? That's all I get for dev being busy for a day? I don't know. I think I'm bringing dev back next week at that point. Pretty pitiful ransom by and large. Hexy, it's going to be 4 hours of autistic strategy of game talk, and LumLum will be very silent. I wouldn't have it any other way. Good. We will teach LumLum these things at some point. Talatine, Arch did hear that LumLum wait for Mooseman to come home so she can take his socks to smell them. Why, LumLum?
No, that's icky.
Dizwiz, wow, thanks, Dad. No Canadian. Mashed potatoes today. Bugaslaw, my Norse geld for no rotund retard. $2 again. Like, wow, it's a pretty poor ransom for the anti-Devian. Blonde Adult, no Devi today. Wow, the chat really missed him. Well, chat, if it makes you feel better, if Dev is not here, then he is currently pooping in his diaper, so he's a very happy boy. Oh god, it's scrolled again. Empty veins. LumLum, what is the appropriate response for the attack on the USS Liberty?
Wasn't the USS Liberty attack an oopsie by Israel?
An oopsie? An oopsie, LumLum?
Because they thought it was an enemy carrier, and then they went, they went pew, and then they're like, oh, oopsie.
I don't know.
Interesting statement there. An enemy carrier. How many carriers are there? There's not that many to make that confusion.
Especially in 1967.
I don't know. I don't look into these things. I just see, oh, look at that. It's like, what did you guys want the response to be? Like the same one as what happened with Korea, where they're like, oh, look at that hill. It is no longer existing.
To be fair, that was a trick question. There was basically no way you could answer that was going to be good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but, you know, bombing Tel Aviv at least a little bit would have sufficed. Doman, you should ask military questions to LumLum. Everyone should, yes. You can pay money to ask LumLum military questions.
What, and then you can hear me just struggle, maybe cry a little bit.
Yes.
And then just maybe even some whimpering if it's confusing enough.
Yes. And you'll learn, slowly but surely.
Give us 6 to 8 weeks in the right company, and she'll be talking like a combination of Patton and Rommel. She'll be fine.
Oh, God, some Rommel in there, too. Tarashevenko, I wouldn't say the Syrian National Army did much except for getting into clashes with the Syrian Defense Force in northern Syria. I think you mean HTS. Listen, there's like 55 warring fucking factions in this hellhole. But I'm pretty sure it was the National Army, which was the one launching from the south, was it? That's the Syrian Free Army. The Syrian National Army, the Syrian Free Army. God, I hate these people.
I lose track. That's why I've been waiting for the dust to settle to get all the information and find out who's did what, where, and who's tried to pull off what war crimes, if they qualify as such.
They need better names.
There'll be some nasty shit. Mm.
The eccentric Trump picked Tulsi for national intelligence head, and the agencies decided to put the pedal to the metal. At least they be made to let Assad stay. My take. Maybe. Suddenly all of the American support... Because I think they admitted recently that the FBI... not the FBI, was it the NSA or something? And CIA were both funding two opposing groups.
That would not surprise me. It wouldn't even be the first time they've done it.
It would not, unironically.
I will say, it is interesting that all of this is suddenly happening so quickly right after the election. Like, it has been surprisingly quiet inside the United States, but globally it has been very, 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 very active.
I mean, have you seen the recent? What was it? I don't think pardons are the correct words, but all the people that the Biden administration are just letting out of jail early, like the fucking judge that did the Kids for Cash thing, and then the uh fucking dude that has ties to the Chinese government that was arrested for like tens of thousands of child exploitation material in his possession. Just let out early.
Yeah, they're terrified of there being any kind of investigation going on at this point in time because the Trump victory has basically given him control of everything that he needs, and they are shitting themselves. And it doesn't really matter whether or not he does or doesn't. Like, I don't know whether or not he will do the investigation. I hope he does. It would be really nice to actually see some of the corruption in the world cleaned up. But just the possibility that he could has got them shitting bricks.
Yeah. And for us, the person in chat saying Kids for Cash. The Kids for Cash thing is this judge who was paid like millions of dollars to have kids found guilty for whatever petty crimes they did and get sent to juvie or jail. Like, this dude got so much fucking money over the years. It is ridiculous.
Yep. And in amongst it all is also just some petty bullshit, like Biden started auctioning off materials for the border wall, just because he's a dick like that, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I did find the moment in there, the redemption of Biden, no, Biden voted for Trump bullshit that was flowing through media there for a little bit. I'm like, you idiots. Like, of course he's going to smile when he's there. He's getting ready to do some shit. Why would you forget the last 4 years? Stop forgetting the last 4 years.
It's gonna be a very interesting, like, first few months of Trump's term, that's for sure.
Yeah. It'll if he goes as hard as he says he's going to go, it'll be a bit of a watershed. The only problem is I don't know whether or not there's anybody around who's going to blunt him. I just don't know. I'm hoping, because I'm Australian, and Australia is basically little America. Everything that happens in the States rolls downhill. We get it about 3 months later. We had Floyd protests in Sydney. It was ridiculous. So anything that happens over there, government-wise, will roll down here, and by God, we need a bit of a clean-up. We got some dumb shit happening at this end of the world, so I am quietly hopeful, but there's always a chance that it's all bluster as well.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, but Australia also has its own problems. Like, I was listening to there's this other dude that lives in Australia that did a almost 8-hour stream on the digital ID laws that are trying to get passed over there.
Yeah, they look like they're all going to be blocked. Thankfully, they've been pushing that since COVID. Like, that's been a thing since COVID. So I actually see a lot of it because I'm partially on government support because I actually have a disability. I'm visually impaired, so I see jokes. A lot of the system that comes through, they started pushing digital ID right at the start of COVID, and they've never actually stopped. That's never actually ended. But every time they try and push it out publicly, it gets stomped on. And at the moment, we have this is actually kind of funny. Speaking of Trump, we have a prime minister in our country who has so little popularity at this point in time that mainstream media, which is very left-leaning, just like in the United States, did a poll inside of one of our East Coast cities, which are, but for those who are unfamiliar with sort of Australian political layout, it's not quite the same. But to compare it to compare it to the United States, Sydney is basically little San Francisco, Melbourne is basically little New York. That'll give you an idea. So they're very left-leaning. And there was a poll to try and work out, it was about a month before the US election, to work out Trump's popularity amongst Australians. If Trump had run for the Prime Minister's position in Australia on the day of that vote inside of one of the most left-leaning cities inside of Australia, he would have bet our current standing Prime Minister, who is essentially a Marxist.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at. The left likes Trump more than they like our current Prime Minister, who is a lefty. And so he knows he's in trouble. He knows the next election he's out. The second we have a next election, he's gone. So at the moment, they are throwing every piece of shit idea that they've got in regards to everything that they would like to see done at the wall, hoping just some of it sticks. So the digital IDs going in, the censorship stuff that they just recently pushed through, that went down. There was the yes vote to create a specialty position for Indigenous Australians. That got slammed harder than I think any bill has ever been slammed in the history of this country. So that one got taken out, and they're just continuing to do this until the next election because they know they're gone. They're just hoping they'll get something that they're after through. So that's what's happening over here. This is why Australia sounds like a bit of a crapshoot at the moment. Yeah. We have a prime minister in charge and a party in charge that knows they're done at the next election. They have virtually no support. They have no popularity. They've got nothing going for them, and they're just trying to get something out before they're out the door. Because the next election, the other side's getting in.
When is your next election, anyway?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but they can be a bit funny over here.
And if you live in Britain, this is your future, as the Keir Starmer's government collapses.
Yep, they'll do the same thing. In fact, I imagine they're probably already starting over there.
Man, it's like, is the Australian election similar to the Canadian one, where it's like an election will eventually happen, but
really booked in. They tend to run in cycles that are longer. I'll check it out for you.
In the meantime, Doman, here's a simple meme question for poor LumLum. An AT-N10 Warthog airplane is famous for making what sound? LumLum should play more strategy games.
Come on, you got to know this one.
Yes, is it in the name? Does it sound like a warthog?
No.
That sniff was actually close. Bert. To answer the question, it's closer than I thought. May next year, apparently we have a next election. So, nice. We've only got 5 months of this stupidity to go through, and then we get to select the next dickhead in charge.
Speaking of just a few months of more stupidity, hey Arch, you remember that oh so lovely individual that we watched a couple days ago?
Oh, the lady who fucked 100 guys in a day?
Service guarantees.
Yeah, she's planning on doing the 1,000 in February. So that documentary is closer than we thought, and she said she's going to live stream the entire thing.
Wow.
Oh, that woman's meat curtains must look like two sides of beef in an abattoirs. Jesus Christ.
So, I guess we got another reaction stream for the post-immolation documentary, I guess.
This one will feature LumLum's feet cam for extra spiciness.
Nope.
Damn it. Boguslava, Assad didn't pay his generals. He also distanced Persia at the behest of Saudi Kingdom. Some factions in Moscow are glad that the Syria project is over. Yeah, I imagine they're having a bit of American let's get out of the Middle East kind of feeling to it. And Wolf Warrior, hey Arch and guest, but a side question. Trench Crusade Kickstarter was a huge success, and looks like they'll have Black Library writers. One of them wrote for Arcane 2, Season 2, which got me worried. Should I? I'd be worried about all of Trench Crusade, because that is a setting where literal demons from hell are invading Earth, and they're still going, it's not a pro-Christian setting. Oh. Right, so you're sympathizing with the actual demons, I see. Taras Shevchenko, Art and Friends. How do you anticipate the Turkish disposition towards Russia changing if an oil pipeline from the Syrian oil fields and/or Qatar to Turkish territory gets built? And on the topic of stealth aircraft, what do you think of the Turkish Khan and Kizi Miller drone, Korean KF-21? Well,
There are a lot of letters put together.
Don't know much about the Turkish one. Actually, I don't even think I've seen images of the Turkish one. I'd be interested in anything that South Korea is putting together because they actually have the tech and they have the appropriate contacts with other nations. Same as Japan was thinking about one at another point. They have the tech and the support. The US is actually not against the likes of Japan or South Korea building something. So they could genuinely put together something that's actually good and they would have the right support to give them information on the areas. Oh, that looks like baby's first F-22.
Yep. That's the Korean one. It's an F-22, and the Iranian one, it's an F-22. Or the Turkish, I mean.
Yeah.
So basically, you know how we mentioned how the plans for certain aircrafts leaked, etc.? Well, everyone's pretty much copying from the same sheet here.
To be fair, with these don't necessarily have to be plan copies. So the problem with stealth design, at least from a design standpoint from the outside, is the second you've seen the plane, you can copy the basic geometry of the shell. This is why they're so afraid of letting anybody have a really good look at the B-21 radar.
Yep.
This is why they're being really cautious about it, because the second you see the outside, you may not be able to know how the internals are laid out, but the outer geometry is then, it's possible to replicate. Once you've got images, you can replicate that. So it is possible, at least for the Turkish one. They've got deals in Congress that prevent data sharing. So the US wouldn't have given South Korea the plans. But just looking at the outside would get the geometry right, and then all they need is a bit of information to work out how to get the parts to do the internals, which would probably be copy F-35.
Are these the same? Is this like aircraft one of the ones that was leaked on the War Thunder forums?
I don't think so yet, but just give it time. It's only a matter of time.
Give it time.
Yeah.
The problem
all
is
classified dockets. Sorry,
there's a lot of prestige in these fighters, which is why a lot of people see them and they leak them. Like, America can keep secrets when it wants to, like, not with the Raider, because, they parked that outside and it got photographed, but there's still stuff like the what do they call it? That secret fucking Black Hawk helicopter they have. What's the Ghost Hawk?
Yeah, I think that might be correct. I know the one you're talking about. I'm not sure of the exact designation, but yeah, the stealth variant, which looks like it's taken designs from the old Comanche and been applied to a Black Hawk.
Yes, like that one's been kept a relatively decent secret, I guess.
Very small group of people would have access to that because it doesn't have a practical purpose outside of very special operations. So.
Outside of sneaking into your backyard and taking care of you in case you get some weird documents.
Yeah, any of those things would have been built by hand inside of a hangar in some base that doesn't even show up on a map, surrounded by people with very high-powered rifles.
Yep, let's just say that if one of those things lands in your backyard, you're not going back home. Where's that LumLum? LumLum?
Marcus James said that it's called Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker.
That's actually a really good name. I like that.
I like that Night Stalker. Sounds a bit too much like a fleshlight to me. I don't like it.
That sounds like someone who is a peeping Tom in the large city. It's the Night Stalker, everybody.
It's not a bad description for what that helicopter is designed to do.
Fire is the answer.
It's exactly the kind of thing that helicopter is designed to do. It's why it exists.
I see.
It's the kind of helicopter that is going to involve somebody coming through your bedroom window without you giving them permission to, and without them wanting to alert anybody else in your house that they're doing it.
It's like whenever I see people talk about stealth plane stuff, and it's like, I know stealth planes are like usually operate at night.
Heresy's the question.
But
Fire
for
is the
some
answer.
reason, my dumbass was like, oh, if they use them during the day, why not just paint the bottom blue?
It's funny they do that in some cases.
Okay.
Or at least with some aircraft, they actually do colors. So Russia does a lot of that. It's why they've got the odd camo that they've got. They're designed to cause issues with
Mhm.
identifying the plane against the blue sky and clouds and make it hard to detect. Also, you'll notice they don't do this so much on stealth aircraft, but if you ever see the bottom of an F-18 and some F-16s as well, they have a false canopy painted on the bottom side of the aircraft, directly underneath the real canopy, so directly under where the pilot sits. It's usually just a black arrangement that is the same shape as the canopy on top. And it's so in an engagement, when you're just quickly glancing at the aircraft, a hostile pilot may not be able to tell exactly which way the plane is flipped up, why they're fighting. So they actually do stuff like that with planes. Not so much of a thing with stealth aircraft because you're dealing with radar and range and
Yeah.
even noise. If you really want to understand some of this LumLum, find a air show that's in your area, particularly one that's going to have an F-35 flight, and just go to the air show for the day. It's a fantastic day. You'll have a really good time. Just bring earmuffs. Because stealth
yeah,
aircraft are not stealth to ears.
Yeah, it's like when I was a kid, my uncle brought me to the air show every year for like I think 7 years. I got to see it's like he loved the Blue Angels, so that's usually why we traveled I think about 2 hours to go to the air show. It was one of my favorite things to do because that's the only time I ever got to get out of the town that I was living in at the time. I'm gonna go back to the air show though.
Yeah, they're a good show. It's nice and entertaining, and it's nice to. Surprisingly, for what I'm interested in, I don't like seeing all of our military hardware being used in conflict. I would rather there not be conflict, but I am totally cool with it existing, and I like watching it being used for air shows. It is the pinnacle of what we're capable of doing in terms of technology. It really is. And F-35 is the single loudest thing that I have ever heard in my entire life. It is ridiculous how much noise that thing puts out for the size of it. Totally worth going to. Even if it's just where the hell are they spending my tax dollars? You'll go and okay, I'm less upset that they're spending my tax dollars on this anymore because this is awesome. What you want is an F-35 flight and an F-22 aerobatic demonstration. Those two things. I was actually in Melbourne in, I think it was 2016. It might have been 2016, might have been a bit earlier than that for the Melbourne International Air Show. And it was the first time F-22 had been allowed to fly out of the US and land on a non-US secured base and to perform an air show for the crowd. And I actually got to watch that thing. It is unreal. That thing is just a flying fuck you to physics. It really is.
Man, I'll have to see if the air shows are still even active here where I am right now, because I would love to take my kid to the air show.
And on the topic of blue camouflage, LumLum, allow me to introduce you to the Chinese Army.
Here we go.
How do you just have these ready?
Because the Chinese Army's navy camouflage was the matter of much discourse for a while.
China.
Yeah, that's camouflage, all right.
This is the best part is a lot of people were seeing this, and it does make sense in a very specific circumstance, and that is when they're doing naval landings, basically. For a brief period of time, the blue camo makes a certain degree of sense. But they introduced the Chinese into a milsim called Squad, where people quickly complained that the Chinese camouflage was detrimental to the balance of the game because, well, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
To be fair, it'll make it interesting to spot them while they're in the ocean drowning.
Yep, it's true. So, for the brief period of time in between leaving their landing craft and hitting the beach, they'll be difficult to see. Oh, China.
The landing craft drops the front nose. Why is there water standing up inside the landing craft? Better shoot it.
Yeah, seems like a good idea.
It's witchcraft.
I
Yeah,
don't.
put it down.
I don't think the Chinese thought this true, honestly.
No, to be fair, it could potentially make them difficult to spot if they decided to fight in the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
But then to win, all you'd need to do is leave them there.
And hey, some of their like it looks actually kind of like camo. They made like proper uniforms, like security guard uniforms for them. Oh, there we go, like for the Coast Guard. And that actually looks okay. Like that looks okay for just Coast Guard, because you're not really planning to fight in this shit. You're supposed to just be easily visually differentialized compared to everybody else around you. Like that works.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's a little bit less bright on the blue, so it actually comes across as somebody else's uniform that's pretty close to that I've seen. But yeah, that's not terrible. But yeah, the one beforehand, I was just having a second look at it before you drop the picture down. It almost looks like they've made the uniforms out of a bunch of children's curtains that were intended to show like clouds on a blue sky.
They'd be great for parachuting down. That's about it.
Actually, funnily enough, that might actually work. The parachutes might give it away, though.
I mean,
just a bunch of parachutes with nothing under them.
Same color.
Oh god, there was another picture I saw recently of a bunch of U.S. Marine equipment, and the text, I gotta see if I can find it. The text basically read like, "Oh, not a single desert camo in sight. We're so back, finally." Right, as America is now starting to look towards Iran again. Like, good job, Navy. You spent all this time getting ready to fight China. Well, guess what? It's back to the sandbox with you.
And to be fair, I don't think they'll be putting boots on the ground again over there. Not in large numbers. I think they may have learnt their lesson. And you have got the Trump admin coming in, and he is very much against being there. So, you'll have ships in the area operating, obviously. But I don't think they'll have to worry about troops on the ground.
We'll see. The Trumphalophagus is often only as good as the last piece of advice whispered in his ear, and
that is true.
Iran has kind of been America's white whale now for the last 50 years. Oh, it would be funny. It'd be very, very funny. Alright, Tarantine, they need to make a new, stronger SR-71, just for fun. Ooh, yes. The Blackbird. I mean, how... At that point, what could you really do to add to the Blackbird? Just make it, straight up non-atmospheric, I guess? Just as a complete fuck you?
It comes down to what you remember what the purpose of the Blackbird was for recon. So, non-atmospheric, you've got satellites. You could do it. You'd probably want to make something that's suborbital if you were to go that path. You want something that goes up, breaches the atmosphere, essentially does a hop, and then re-enters the atmosphere on the other side and photographs everything in the middle. But the big thing is it just needs to be faster than what it is. Funnily enough, and there's all the rumors about it, but the Dark Star out of the Maverick movie is probably a reasonable concept on what you would see next. Something that can do Mach 7+, that can be deployed on very, very short notice, is fast enough once again to outrun modern missiles, be and gone before anything has a chance to get to it. So that the advantage of an aircraft like that is being able to very quickly get very rapid reconnaissance over an area without having to worry about satellite shift. Because the problem with satellites is you can get really good detailed shots down to being able to read a book on your over your shoulder from modern satellites. They are ridiculously impressive. But it can take up to 24 hours to move one over a certain area, and everybody can see them in space. So when somebody moves a satellite to take a look, everybody who has the ability to see satellites or has their own can see that you've moved one. Something like an SR-71, you take off, you take the shots, you land, and depending on how well you do it, you may never actually be detected getting that reconnaissance. And you'll be able to get the reconnaissance faster. As fast as you can take off and take the photos is as fast as you'll get the information. So something you can do Mach 7, something that has more advanced version of stealth incorporated into it, so that you can, so that you have a higher chance of being able to avoid radar. The good part is it would be a high
Service
altitude, so
guarantees
you don't have to worry
citizenship.
about the stealth on the lower side of the aircraft. So you could enhance the aircraft to have better reflectivity on one side and not have to worry about it so much on top. Because when you're at 80,000 feet, very little is looking down. And better sensor packages to be able to pick up more detailed information. So you could build something functional that would work. It would be expensive as hell. It would be very difficult to keep it secret once you started operating it, because something that can do Mach 7 is going to make a lot of noise, and they may not see it and they may not detect it, but they're going to hear it, and somebody's going to want to know what that fleet of 747s moving faster than God across the sky came from and what it was. But yeah, you could build a better machine. But Blackbird is a sexy piece of kit. One of the nicest looking machines ever built.
I imagine at that point they'd do it not even for the reconnaissance data, but just to demonstrate the capability.
Yeah, well, that as well. Just, there is always that factor. Like, we can. What are you going to do about it?
Yep. What are you going to do about it? Fly one over the Kremlin once a week, just to remind Putin. Shake his windows a little bit.
Why did it do that?
Alex Adamson, I hate YouTube. They started also deleting the usernames of people you reply to, so they don't see it. They have a blacklist, and I'm 100% on it. 12 AD. Aren't we all at this point? I am well acquainted with YouTube's blacklists. I'm pretty sure I've been able to drag Lumi onto it now, too, with the constant combination of her name and feet.
No,
Service
I'm still
guarantees
good,
citizenship.
and also fuck you.
I don't know about that, LumLum. I don't know about that.
Shut up.
Boog, how dare Mags criticize superior Russian cuck cage? That's true, how dare he?
I am very not sorry. Watching those things get popped was hilarious.
Now that is a nice enough segue, for my standards, to also go on to the other thing getting popped right now, which was the Indiana Jones games. See, this one I find quite fascinating because Indiana Jones, The Great Circle, was in development for quite some time, must have cost an arm and a leg to produce probably, because the graphical technology they poured into this thing is actually really impressive, as is reflected by the frankly ludicrous basic requirements. I think they said in the base requirements for the game was like a GTX 480 or something.
Jesus.
Like, basically, if you don't have a graphic card from last month, you might not be able to run the game.
Funny, I saw a video of Razorfist playing it yesterday, I believe. And it didn't look it didn't look terrible by all means. It looked really good, but it didn't look that good. It didn't look 480 minimum good, but yeah, there's also the optimization to factor in, and it's Bethesda, so...
Yeah, because some of the screenshots, like this one right here, for example, you can see and count the stubble on his fucking face.
That does look good.
That is a level of uselessly good that kind of, at that point, like, it doesn't matter.
Oh, Razor played the Game Pass version. I see.
Yeah, it's starting to come into the issue that all modern AAA gaming is running into with graphical fidelity. But it still looks amazing. Like, I'll give it that. It's almost worth taking a look. I'll only get a 3080, so I probably won't be able to run it.
Oh, okay. So Razor was playing on the Xbox Series X, so wasn't using PC specs.
Okay, that might explain it.
It's like, unironically,
it's like,
you can see...
Oh, before you start yapping, shh. Hush now. Anyways, I seen that to also run this game, it required like 64 fucking gigabytes of RAM too.
Yeah, but who
that one
have
I've got covered. I've got that covered. I played DCS in VR. I've got 128 gig minimum.
That's pretty neat. I have 64 right now in my shit. Okay, now you can talk.
Heresy's the question.
Look, you
Fire
can
is the
see
answer.
the hair on his fucking knuckles, the individual strands. Okay, that is deeply impressive, graphically speaking.
For about 6 to 12 months, unfortunately. This is the problem with pushing graphical fidelity this high. This looks amazing right now. In 12 months, it'll look dated. Because somebody would have gone bigger and better. And if that's all the game's got, I'm leaning far more towards games these days that have a little bit of stylization in there. They last longer. They look better for longer.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll give it to it. For this moment, that looks really nice. Really nice. It's just a shame it's an Indiana Jones game.
Go some length to explain the ludicrous price point, which was $100 early access and $70 base. So it's expensive, and the sales have been fucking pathetic. All-time peak concurrent of 12,000 people for a game like this. And the worst part is apparently actually a good game. Everyone I know who's played it says it's good, if heavy on the puzzles. The reviews are excellent, and yet nobody is playing it. And I think this is largely because the game received a very negative, PR push to begin with. A lot of people looked at it and was like, oh, Indiana Jones games in this day and age, is going to be woke. Oh, there's a female side character. Then the developers were like, you can punch fascists. And we have arrived at the level of ridiculousness where some video game development goes, hey, you can kill fascists in this video game. And I have to look at them and go, actual fascists, though, or...
Well, the problem with it is, as I mentioned a second ago, is it's an Indiana Jones game. It's... Okay, so we had the recent movie, which was a workathon. It was terrible. It was horrible. Okay, so what was the previous movie we had? It was Cavern of the Crystal Skull, which was a crap movie as well. There hasn't been a good Indiana Jones movie since The Last Crusade, which was fantastic. It really was. And there's been basically no Indiana Jones media in between. So it's a dead IP. They've pushed a huge amount of money into an IP that's last two movie showings have been garbage and worse garbage, and there's been nothing in between. Who are your Indiana Jones fans now? Who are you marketing this to anymore? And considering the fact that it's also a LucasArts property, which is owned by Disney, and the people who were Indiana Jones fans were likely Star Wars fans who've just watched Star Wars get gutted and filleted over the last 10 years. So they're likely to not want to give it a shot. Who's your audience for this game? You need something to build that audience back before you put out a massive, hugely expensive AAA release in order to warrant the expense and get the sales, but they have no market. There's nobody to sell it to.
Also, for some reason, YouTube didn't actually show me this one on the list, but Mishai Sama donated $100. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know why YouTube decided to... I genuinely cannot see it in the viewer activity. I had to see it at the top of the chat bar.
Service guarantee.
Otherwise, I would have called it out earlier, as we are encouraging capitalism here. But been going through a depressive streak. I'm sorry to hear it, my dude. Thanks for a devilish stream to occupy my head for the afternoon. Mag's a terrific guest, he is. And also, if Mayor's place is a cure, put this towards Mrs. Graves, I guess. I don't want to bring up the degeneracy whilst Rags is here. Rags, hello. Mags. But we do currently have a calendar going where this will go towards...
I've heard about this.
Andy and Lele, Mrs. Graves cuckolding scene. So
it's all right. My truly innocent mind was corrupted a very, very, very long time ago. You can bring on the degeneracy. It's fine. I'll ignore it as much as I can.
Arch even told me to behave ahead of time, a couple weeks ago when he was telling me about who was coming on the show. I looked you up and I'm just like, oh, it's a nerd. And he's like, LumLum, behave. No bullying.
Oh, I'm absolutely a nerd. 100% a nerd. I am a nerd. I am a geek. I am all those things. I'm the first to admit it. I'm also weird because I'm a nerd that worked out how to reproduce. So, And I'm an old nerd as well, so yeah, I've been on the internet for the better part of 2.5 decades, and I've been gaming for the better part of 3.5. Any corruption that was going to happen is corrupted at this point in time. I've tried to create characters for my YouTube channel that have gotten Rule 34 and the works. It's over.
Yeah. If it exists, it's gonna be on Rule 34.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was my creation that got Rule 34, but yeah, that was I think that was my last moment of understanding degeneracy. It was the moment that I discovered what a furry was, and I have hated huge sections of the internet ever since.
Oh yes,
Oh,
I'm sure Arch can educate you on how
Service
he is a brony
guarantees
and a furry at
citizenship.
this point.
actually, LumLum, since you're being aggressive today,
No, please don't.
let's see. Let me introduce you to LumLum's favorite fetish. There we go.
Lies and slander.
She's got a particular thing for paws, that one.
You know, it's almost a convincing edit, but the text is too low from my name and a little too close to the picture. Otherwise, it would be perfect.
I should introduce her to my my good friend Dead Meat. That would be funny in his streams once he gets his capture card all sorted back out again. Dead Meat likes to stream Sims, and so DCS, IL2, and Truck Sim. But because he likes to show all the controllers working as they do, he of course has a foot
Service
channel that
guarantees
shows him using the
citizenship.
rudder pedals and the gas and the brake whenever he's driving. So that sounds appropriate for you, LumLum.
It does, doesn't it?
No.
Right, let's
Big
get
sweaty Aussie feet.
LumLum's degeneracy off screen for a short period of time. But you're right. Like the thing with Indiana Jones is that Indiana Jones was a cool franchise about 15 years ago. He's your grandfather's action hero at this point. And so basing the huge ass game on it is like you were basically hoping that the old fans would be interested. You were appealing to gamers in their 30s and 40s at the very least. And then you also decide to lean into the whole, like, oh, female side character, oh, those evil schnazis, and all of the wokeist nonsense around the PR of it. And those people have long since grown sick of your stuff, and so they will happily ignore even the Indiana Jones games, because it's not that strong of an IP either. And that has now been reflected in the sales, as this studio has no doubt suffered enormous losses from this.
Yeah, well, to be fair, with the social pendulum swinging back in the other direction at the moment, starting now, Indiana Jones, because it hasn't had a lot done, it had the last movie, which was, as I said, the Workathon. Was it the Indiana Jones and the titanium hip replacement? And then beforehand, you've got the Crystal Skull. It's potentially not a bad IP to bring back, because he is a strong masculine hero. It does have a bit of an intellectual bent. It is a bit of a mystery. It does deal with a lot of things that would be very popular if brought back correctly. It is a good IP to work on, to actually build something that could generate a lot of money. Again, with some TV shows, maybe a cartoon, maybe a series of movies written by somebody with a basic competency. But you've got to do that before you spend the $500 million building or whatever it costs to make this game. If you want that game to sell, you have to do that legwork first. You can't just jump in. So it's probably not the wrong IP to build this game in. It's the wrong time. It needs 1 or 2 movies on the equivalent of at least Raiders of the Lost Ark, somewhere between Raiders of the Lost Ark and Buddy Last Crusade again. It needs a secondary show, something in the equivalent of the Young Indiana Jones series, which was really good. Maybe a bit of a return with some comic books, or actually this day and age you do collectors, like graphic novels. Yeah, something on that side, something visual. Cartoon, little bit of stuff like that. Maybe something more of an adult television show. Obviously cast a new actor, because Harrison Ford is like 400 years old now, and he has He's clearly not really interested in doing anything outside what his management tells him to do. So you'd need to cast a new actor, and you'd want somebody who looks like Harrison Ford 50 years ago. So you'd need to do that and get his mannerisms right as well. Build out the groundwork, and then you could release a game like this. And it would, if it's as good as what I've been told and what the reviews indicate, it'd sell completely fine. But nobody's done the groundwork. They've just dropped the game on 2 dead movies and about 25 years of dead air. Like, nothing's going to move on that, and never would have.
Yep. And honestly, if they're going to do the remasculinization of stuff, I'm currently working on a video to make the case for one of these, because what we need to bring back is King Conan. That's what we fucking need right now.
God, who would you get to play him, though?
I don't know, but like, if you do this right, it would be Game of Thrones, but 50 times better. Like, the intrigue, the family drama, the wars, all of that would be so amazing. And honestly, King Conan, if you give Arnold a nice hip replacement, get him a nice full beard, maybe.
No, Arnold's done. Have you actually seen photos of him now? He doesn't have the muscle mass anymore. He's definitely in his twining years now, and he's lost a lot of popularity with some of his political stuff too. So that would immediately bring that in on the show. This is something that must be considered on sort of any movie or television development that comes going forward. Is any actors that have had strong political takes in any particular area will drag that baggage with them into any production from this point on. That's why Rachel Zegler's career is over, but it's why Chris Pratt's in everything, because when it comes to politics, he keeps his mouth shut. So he's a safe bet. He's not going to drag any baggage with him when he comes in, which is why he is every voice actor everywhere for every character at the moment, and half the actors as well. It's why I have partial hope for the 40k show with Cavill, because Cavill keeps his mouth shut about certain things too. But we'll see where that goes. For something like King Conan, you need somebody with a build like old Arnold Schwarzenegger, which is difficult to start with. But if you don't want it to be a corny 80s take on Conan, you need somebody with some acting chops at the same time. And that's a really narrow group these days. I can't even picture somebody who could fill that role.
Well, the problem is, what you need with King Conan is you need a bit of James Bond, you need a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you need a pinch of Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Because Conan is... He's a character that just doesn't exist anymore. We don't have him in entertainment at all, and we don't have him in acting either, and we don't have an Arnold today either. Like, you'd have to basically bring somebody up from the bottom to play King Conan, but that could work. Like Jamie Lannister, the guy who played him. He did an amazing job in later seasons, even though in the first season he was rough.
Yeah, again, it would have to be a time investment. Hollywood's problem at the moment for almost all of their live action stuff, when it comes back to this trying to return to masculinity, is that they've spent 20 years destroying it.
Yep.
So everybody's a thin rake now. There's very few, like, why is Tom Cruise still selling out movies when he's like, what, approaching 70 at the moment?
We don't have a good replacement crop for actors.
You don't have a replacement. So long as he's able to walk, he's going to continue to sell out movies. And did they have the big run with the Expendables? And a bunch of those other movies that brought all the nostalgia 80s action heroes back. It was exactly the same thing. Hollywood started to realize, oh shit, we don't have action heroes anymore. We have nobody who can fill this role. And so they tried to bring the old ones back. But that's only going to work for so long, because eventually they turn into Harrison Ford. And, that's not going to work. There are some people that have size, the WWE actors that have transferred over, but a lot of them don't act very well.
Yeah, and others are like The Rock, who has built up an amount of baggage in the political spectrum to dwarf that of Arnold.
Yeah, so you keep running into those problems. So you need somebody who's fresh, that is, if they're not already built like Arnold, is in a position where with the right trainers and the right amount of time, you could build them up into a bit of a beast, which can be done. So, but it is a time investment. It's not something you can start filming fast. You need to plan very far ahead from that, which is not something Hollywood is particularly good at. But they also need the acting chops as well. So you could do it.
They need a vision for the talent, because you can build these people up. Because again, the example of Jamie Lannister, who has a name I actually literally cannot fucking pronounce, Nikolai Coster-Waldau or something. The way he grew in his role is actually remarkable. From young Jamie Lannister, who just looks like a fop, acts like a fop, his acting skills are meh at the very best, to fully grown, grizzled, battle-hardened looking Jamie Lannister is actually a fucking performance in and of itself.
Yeah. In season 1, he was insufferable and annoying. By season 5, he was one of my favorite characters in the show.
Yeah.
Like, he really changed through. And yeah, he was genuinely great. I'm still disappointed by what happened at the end of that particular series, but yeah, no, he absolutely grew. A lot of the actors in Game of Thrones did. Actually, Game of Thrones is a really good example of, with the right time investment, you can bring a lot of essentially no-name actors up to a point, even young ones, up to a point where they can fill certain roles. The problem with something like King Conan is you need somebody who's already got the physical shape to begin with. And that is a time investment. And because you're not going to be able to give acting chops to somebody who's built like Arnold Schwarzenegger within a reasonable amount of time. But you might be able to take somebody who's got acting chops and build them into Arnold Schwarzenegger with the right personal trainer and the right mindset. But either way, you're looking at 6 months to a year, at least, before you can even put them on film. So,
yep, it's basically they're gonna have to find a bodybuilder first and just try to. I think they need to teach him to act, because that's what they did with Arnold. I think finding a guy who's willing to bulk up to that degree would actually be more difficult in today's environment.
More difficult, but not impossible. I mean, if you look at the pre-Superman, again, going back to Henry Cavill, the pre-Superman Henry Cavill, he wasn't built too heavily. Like, he was fit, but he wasn't huge. And then he hit the gym and turned into what he turned into. He bulked right up. But he had the sort of the acting chops beforehand. It's just a matter of finding the right person. And honestly, you would want to find the right person anyway, because, again, this day and age, anybody you put in a major role for a TV show, if you want to put money behind it at the moment, if you want to build a new IP or return an old IP, you want to vet them pretty hard. You don't want your show picking up a new actor or actress that turns out like a Rachel Zegler, because they will tank your entire show in about 2 weeks and cost you all of your money, and it will not recover. So you've got to vet pretty hard. So it's possible, but either way could work. It just depends on how much time you want to spend and how much vision you have. That's the thing. It has to be a long-term project now, because Hollywood does not have the resources to just build this quickly. You need to rebuild everything, because Hollywood is just full of woke garbage at the moment, including down to writing stuff. The biggest issue that Hollywood has at the moment, both movies and television, is the writing. Almost universally, the problems are in the writing.
And they're say to the long term, because that's a big problem right now. The recently revealed Intergalactic, which does not look very good, it was announced as a new franchise. Like, that's fucking bold. Okay, like, yes, this is our new franchise. You don't know that yet. That's the problem. You're making a game with the assumption that it's gonna have a fucking book series and a cartoon and a manga and like 7 sequels. Like, I don't think so.
You don't make a franchise. You make a good story, and if you're lucky, it turns into a franchise.
Yes. And especially with the character they picked too.
Yes, I did see that. I browsed through the Game Awards just to see the releases. I wasn't particularly interested in hearing what the anybody presenting the show had to say about them. But browsed through all the trailers, and this one did This has to have been a game that was greenlit somewhere around 2020. It has to have been, or before.
Oh, yeah. And the thing, we are going to be stuck in that paradigm for a lot of years still, because the opening shot is of your female character shaving her hair. Like, wow, that is probably the thing that the smallest group of men and women find attractive. Like, good job.
Now, it can work. It can work in the right setting with the right reasoning. You can't start as this. Like if, let's say, somebody was to build or make a set of Aliens franchise games following the movies, Alien 1, 2, and 3 in the style of Alien Isolation. Fantastic game. By the end of 3, Ripley's got the bald head, the shaved head. But it's the end result of a large period of character development. Nobody would have a problem with that. It wouldn't be an issue at all. People would play that perfectly fine. But you're starting at this point and this appearance from the word go with no like that shot right there.
Doesn't she just look like you just want to punch her, don't you? Like just immediately.
Yeah, it's just
She looks like she bullies special kids.
She does. She looks like evil. Like she looks like the worst person you know.
Yeah, it's the attractiveness of females argument in games. Okay, men like pretty things. Men are the majority of the player base for video games.
Question.
Sorry,
Fire
that is the
answer.
reality. Men do actually like pretty things. We like looking at attractive women, just because we like things that are good looking. If I'm going to spend 60 to 150 hours playing your video game, because I have no doubt this will be a open world, massive, bloated out, make sure you get the collectibles, we know the game type, that'll be somewhere between 60 and 100 hours to clear it. I want to look at a character that's actually nice to look at. And I want to find gear that makes them look cooler or better as I'm going through the game. I don't want to look at butt ugly to start with, because it's an irredeemable position to start with.
Yep.
That's
and
the reality.
Is supposed to launch a franchise.
Sucks. Yeah, this will be dead in the water. This could be a good game and it won't sell well. It's made the worst impression possible. It's going to be a Concord situation where they expected Concord to be a big franchise launching as well, and what was dead within 6 weeks. Yeah.
Not even that, I think.
Yeah. It could have been faster. Yeah, it was fast. It broke records on how quickly an entire franchise could collapse. So we could be looking at another situation here. What'll be interesting with everything that's happened, they've released this trailer. This trailer's probably been prepared for at least a little while. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they make massive adjustments to the game to try and counter out this, to try and prevent the failure beforehand, or whether or not they roll with it.
I think it's too late.
But yeah, if they roll with it, yeah, I would expect another Concord, which will be another. There's been a few of them at the moment.
So, like,
unless, like, this has been constructed for the ground up, 250 people for 4 years is what they've reported now. And everything about this character is like the worst of 2020. She's visually unattractive to the extreme. Her bearing and behavior pattern is smug bully asshole. She has been designed from the ground up to be thoroughly unlikable, because that was what we thought a strong female character was supposed to be in 2020. How do you make strong females? Just make them really terrible human beings.
Correction. That's what poor writers thought strong female characters were in 2020. Everybody else, we have examples. Like I mentioned one. Sigourney Weaver as Eleanor Ripley. Perfect example of a strong female character. One of my favorite action heroes. Amazing character. Do that. Just do that. It's right there. It's been in media for 30 years. Just do characters like that. There are other examples as well, but no, they've got their little idea and what it is, and it's just not popular.
I also love the female knockoff Snake Plissken that she's taking missions from, too.
Answer.
An escape from this game.
Yep. This is, Not looking particularly good just yet. And this game is going to have the same thing as Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is the perfect example of a game that apparently actually turned out to be pretty good, but its marketing killed it. Like, there is absolutely such a thing as bad PR in this day and age. It's not about getting your name out there anymore, because everybody's already heard of you. You know, you're released on every YouTube website. Everyone's talking about you. There's social media, Steam, blah, blah, blah. Now it's getting people to actually want to purchase your stuff. And that is a trick that AAA gaming has yet to relearn.
No, and they made a few mistakes for this. I think Witcher 4 was another example from the Game Awards that made exactly the same mistake. So right off the bat, no problem with Ciri as the main protagonist. It was pretty clear through Witcher 3 that that's where the game was going to go. It's, yes, the law is that females cannot become witches, but it was pretty clear that Ciri was always an exception to the rule rather than a change of the rules, and that was leaning that way. So Ciri's not a problem. In fact, the exception to the rule could actually be a really interesting storyline following through. There's a good game there as a possibility. But the video on how she looks. Now, I won't go so far to say that she has been uglified yet. There are some shots where she looks okay, and there are some shots where she does not look quite so okay, where she looks like she's gained about 20 or 30 pounds and developed a man jaw. That could be some bad cinematography in the making of the trailer, trying to get certain shots and certain lighting, because the thing to remember with this, they will be using the same 3D model. So the shots where she actually looks okay and the shots where she looks terrible, it is actually the same 3D model. So there's potentially some there, but it doesn't really matter if there is or not, because the trailer has the appearance of really... She's not super ugly. It's more of a drop from a 9 to about a 7. But because that appearance is there and it's the end 2024 and things are the way that they are, they've probably done themselves out of all their pre-orders straight off the bat with this trailer.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Straight off the word go. Because people are now well, we're not sure about this. And so now they're going to want to see more. So they've killed their pre-orders and they're now going to be watched.
Yeah. It's like... Because if you see the trailer, like the first trailer for The Witcher 3, Geralt doesn't exactly look the same as he does in the game. So, first impressions are everything, but it seems like for this trailer, one, they really like their fish lens effects. I don't know why they overuse that to shit. Like, dear fucking God. So, they're already put under a microscope, and this just made it worse.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. It could just be they were trying to get certain shots and certain lighting for a certain dynamic within the trailer, and just whoever was putting the trailer together was incompetent enough to forget how that is going to make the characters within the shots actually look, and just not pay attention to it. And we know CD Projekt Red has a certain level of incompetence. We've seen the launch of Cyberpunk 2077, so we know there is a bit of that around. They are not immune to it. So it could just be that. But regardless of whether or not they have or they haven't, regardless of whether or not the story is good or bad, this trailer was a negative for them.
Yeah.
The game could turn out to be fantastic, and it could actually turn out to be an incompetent director for the trailer, and Ciri actually looks really good in the game. But they've done themselves enough negative PR with this release that it is going to hurt initial sales and it is going to hurt pre-orders straight off the bat. They've shot themselves in the foot before they've even started. And from this point on, the pendulum is still swinging. It's only going to get worse. So regardless of what their actually intent is behind the scenes and how it actually plays out, they've done damage.
Yeah, and it's like, because I don't think we know how far exactly they are into development. It's like, are they not, like, do they have enough time to change things, or are they just like, well, we got to put this out how we have it, because we don't exactly have a timeline on when they're going to be releasing The Witcher 4, right?
No, we don't know when it's actually started development too. So on the other side of it, this could be exactly what it appears to be and what social media thinks it is, and this could be another case of started in 2020. So it could
They
be that
just
too.
entered full production. Okay, they
Yeah.
just entered full production.
Oh, that's more hopeful. That means they have an opportunity to try and course correct pretty hard. If it was at the end of production or mid-production, they'd be a lot more stuck. But yeah, maybe they can course correct.
Heresy's the question.
yeah,
Someone
we'll
said
see.
people forget how bad The Witcher 3 was at launch.
Yeah, it had issues as well. Not quite Cyberpunk 2077 as well, but it had issues. And there's still things that I have issues with Witcher 3 too. And I actually haven't completed the end of Witcher 3 yet. I really need to get around to finishing that off. I've had it installed on for like 4 years and haven't finished it. But it bugs me, some of the animations in that game too. Why the hell does Gerald walk around like he's got a ladder shoved up his ass at all times? There's no movement in it. The animations are so terrible. Or at least he's walking in normal animations. But sorry.
It's like, oh, you're fine. And it's like, because I haven't read like all of the Witcher books and stuff, but
Heresy's the question.
from
Fire is
what
the answer.
I have heard, Ciri is more of a MacGuffin and someone that holds all the threads of all the plot points, but she isn't necessarily a character either.
No, she is. She's very much a MacGuffin. But
Heresy's
the
the
whole
question.
game
Fire is the answer.
sort of leaning towards Ciri being the next step.
Yeah.
And so we don't know anything about the storyline either, because in lore, the Witcher has a little bit of a Space Marine thing, where there are no female Space Marines, there are no female Witchers. There's a phase in the mutations that allow them to become Witchers that is lethal to all women, which is why there are no female Witchers.
Yeah. And
The game is
it's
called
like,
Witcher 4, and so everybody's assuming that Ciri is a Witcher. There is entirely a possibility that she's actually not a Witcher, that she is something else that is unique to her MacGuffinness from Witcher 3. She may not have actually completed the Witcher trials. We don't actually know what the story is yet as well. But it does make a logical sense to follow through, to have Ciri as the next character. The game always... Everything that I've played of it, just every time we went through a Ciri section and every time we went through a Gerald section focusing mainly on Ciri, it was making it very clearly she was going to be whatever was next. If they continued Witcher on, Ciri was going to be the main character of the next game. And there's a good potential story there. And there's actually some good fan service moments as well when when Ciri is doing something and maybe encounters Geralt as a NPC character that maybe you do a quest with, or he gives a quest from, or maybe he's a major quest hub that you go to. There's some potentially good storytelling options there, but it's too early to tell on any of that.
I just seen in chat a interview with CD Projekt Red. They said that Ciri did go through the Trial of the Grass.
Okay. Oh, so that makes things interesting.
It's like, because I know that she was trained by Geralt and everything. Like, she was trained by a Witcher to fight as a Witcher in terms of, like, physical combat. But I don't see how she would have been able to go through the trials, though, especially as an adult.
So yeah, there's a question there on how they tell that. I wouldn't write it off completely at the moment, but it's definitely something that I would put on my watch list for fuckery. It could be fine. It could turn out to be really bad. We'll just have to monitor it more. But I can tell you this much, at least from my end, I don't pre-order a lot nowadays anyway. This, if it was ever on that list, it would be off it now until I have more information. This would definitely be the
answer.
I'd want to see somebody else play it, or I would want to be paid to play it first to pick it up on day one.
It's like, I think I'll probably play it because, like, content and all that. And I'm sure if I don't buy it myself, someone else will buy it for me because they enjoy my suffering. But either way, I will play this day one.
You're a simple LumLum, and that's your problem.
Huh? I didn't.
If I did, it would be entirely to, as I said, it would be a sort of by pay to play. It would be a put up on YouTube so other people can check out my footage and see whether or not the game's worth spending money on as well. From a recommendation side, I would, unless we suddenly get a whole bunch of information that completely flips it around, I would take it off the pre-order listings and I wouldn't intend to buy it day one. As a general consumer, I would absolutely be waiting to see other people play the game and to observe it beforehand. Don't spend money straight off the bat blindly. So.
Well, there's also the argument about the uglification part of things. So I'm going to attack Dev now, despite the fact that he's not here, because, that way he can't argue. But I found this kind of interesting. So Dev's perspective is that she doesn't look too bad, which is also LumLum's wrong perspective. We got 3 different vectors of retarded going on simultaneously. Wokoids, every single female character needs to be an Uggo. Tradcons, every single female character needs to be covered up. And Kumas, every single female character needs to be a plastic porn star. And I think Dev is wrong here, actually, because
the answer.
what V has brought up here, Trish Marigold, this is not a plastic porn star. This is simply an attractive PC character. Because this is a fucking video game. You can make them as perfect as you damn well want. And you can make them, indeed, if you make them too plastically, that actually makes them look worse. There's a point of classical beauty here in Trish, for example. The green eyes contra the red hair, the rounded face, the full red lips. All of this is not porn star. This is simply just attractive female.
I know there was, for a while, there are a couple, I think Baldur's Gate may have been one of them, but there was a couple of RPGs that have custom character creators in them that put together images that were the average of what people created as a custom character. And they were always attractive. What you tend to find, if you look at them from a look at studies, and the fact that there have been studies is kind of sad, but if you look at studies, is females will tend to create, when creating a female character, and males, when they're creating a male character, will tend to create an idealized image of themselves. And when creating the opposite sex, they would tend to create a perfect example of the kind of person they're attracted to. And this is true of all my characters. I play a lot of female characters in my games. They're almost always redheads. I have a soft spot for redheads. They're my kryptonite. That is just a thing. And this is fairly normal. People like, if you're going to put, as I said before, if you're going to put 60, 90, 120 hours into a game, you want to look at something that's attractive. You want to look at a person who is attractive. You want to then find cool armor that makes them look cool and attractive. Nobody wants to play ugly. It's got nothing to do with cooming. It's got nothing to do with anything else. It's just you want to look at something that looks good. The 400-pound fat woman does not want to play a character where she's looking at a 400-pound ass from the third-person perspective trying to ride a horse for 60 to 150 hours. They don't want to play that character. Same goes for the 500-pound guy. They do not want to see the fat rolls rolling down the side of the horse. Nobody wants to play the character who looks like they've had their face pounded in by a shovel before you got to start playing the game. This is what we are. This is just a human thing. We like looking at whatever it is that we find attractive. We would like to find something that is more, and this is why the games that are uglifying characters are selling so poorly. It's just, this is how it is. It's nothing to do with cooming or the rest. It's just make characters attractive because we want to spend hours looking at something that looks good.
And The Witcher, of course, already has done kind of the opposite with the Witcher TV show, where they changed Trish quite drastically. And one of the interesting things that I'd like to bring up in contrast with Ciri is one of the little subtler changes. So Ciri from the TV show at least looks quite a bit like Ciri, so there's that. But one of the great oversights, or the things that they chose not to do with Ciri in the TV show, is her characteristic heavy black eyeliner style thing. And that is also something that they've played down in the trailer. And this immediately rings bells in people's heads. Like, okay, hold on. You've taken makeup off the character. This is almost always now a sign of them having reduced the femininity, because this is something we immediately associate with femininity. And then there's also the weird lips that she has, which appear to have some sort of discoloration almost. Like they've got... What color even is that? Brown?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's the whole mouth and jaw section. From the nose up, the character design is not terrible. The issue with it, and whether it's a lighting angle or it's actually the 3D model, is all from the nose down. It's the jaw structure and the lips. It's like having a male jaw.
Cheekbones. Like,
Yeah, it's a male jaw
nose
attached to
is
the bottom of a female head.
tiny bit wider for some reason. Like, it's all of these small changes that move her from cute to uncanny valley.
Mm.
And as LumLum brought up, in defense, there have been trailer changes previously, like in 2015, where they changed them quite drastically from the trailer. But I partially suspect this might also have been technological
Service
limitations from
guarantee
2015 rather than anything else. So, because the Witcher 4 trailer is not technical limitations. It's some other form of limitation.
Yeah, we're not on any technical limitations now.
Yep.
Yeah, and also the technical limitation on this fucking trailer. It did say, like, I think in the bottom right corner is an unreleased Nvidia card, so it's probably from the 50 series.
Yeah, be the 50 series cards. They'll be testing the 50 series cards, probably doing the ray tracing on them, which they're due to release first or second quarter next year anyway, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's the first half, yeah. Just
Or
sad.
it's like, who knows? Depending on like how far into the future they're going to release this game. Maybe they're even trying to see how much they can push with the with the 60 series when this game's going to be actually coming out. Because I doubt it's going to come out when this is out or new.
No, it won't come out when the cards are new. If they're only at early stage development now, and your graphics card cycles are normally 4 years. So you're looking at a 60 series in 2028.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be before the 60 series, but if they're only at early stage development, it'll be the second half of 50 series. So it'll probably be when they're doing the titanium re-releases.
Probably.
So the TI 5080, TI 5090, or whatever the cards they decide to name, it'll be somewhere in there that it'll be released. So.
I think they probably shot themselves a bit in the foot here, as we talked about. It will hurt pre-order numbers. People will be wary, and I see no reason why people should not be wary at this point. The CD Projekt Red does not deserve your loyalty. Wait, see, if it's good, there is nothing stopping you picking it up a week later. If it's gay, well, you dodged a bullet. Especially as this is probably going to be another $70 plus video game.
Yeah, for any Australians watching, that'll be $100 to $110 Australian, which is just Jesus.
And one fun thing, too, about the whole Trials of the Grasses thing, the developer claims that he will not break or even offend canon. So my chat's been a bit divided on this, because I don't know that much about the Witcher lore. Some people claim that it is possible for a woman to survive the trial, and they have in the past, but the numbers were so low that they just gave up on it because it seemed pointless.
Guarantees citizenship.
Others have stated that it is, like you've said, Max, that they're female space marines. It doesn't work. It simply doesn't happen. So, I guess it depends. There was also the talk about the second convergence. Because we see a monster in the trailer that hasn't been shown before. So there was some speculation that another conversion occurred, and that's why the rules have changed in this world.
It would be a bit MacGuffin-y to do that, but possible. So, as I said, I don't really have too much of an issue with it going that way. I don't like big lore changes, so to bring up Space Marines again, the female Space Marines, female custodians just shits me. I don't like that. Big changes, no. But exceptions to the rule are actually a pretty common story trope and can be done well, so this is true for everyone except this individual. So why is this individual different? You see it in a whole bunch of other stories. What is the Anakin Skywalker story? The whole Chosen One story is an exception to the rule. It pops up fairly regularly. So I'm less concerned with that side. It comes down to how well it's written. If an exception to the rule is in place, You can have good writers and bad writers. Your bad writers, it'll be an
Service
absolute shit
guarantees
show. The story will be
citizenship.
terrible, and it will piss everybody off. A lot of people are really deep into Witcher story, and that will be bad. Alternatively, if they happen to have some decent writers on that can do it properly, maybe it'll turn out to be good. There's a potential there, so I'm less concerned about that. It's still a
Heresy's the
watch
question.
somebody
Fire
streaming
is
it
the
before you
answer.
buy it, and don't pre-order situation. Yeah, unless we suddenly get a lot of information that clears things up.
And it's like I was watching some like other content creators break down the trailer and everything, and it looks like the creature that she was fighting is from Serbian folklore called the Bauk, Bauk. It's like a Serbian boogeyman, essentially. So
It
I
could
don't.
be interesting
Mm,
to throw more in. Like, I'm less concerned about the monster side of thing being added
Yeah.
because they can't keep adding the same monsters from Witcher 3. If it was just Ciri fighting all the stuff from Witcher 3, it'd kind of get old. They've obviously got to add some new stuff in. And yeah, if it is a creature from folklore, going through the folklore of various different cultures from around the world and starting to add more stuff in is a really good play. There's a lot to draw on. From depending on how far you want the character to be able to travel, that's perfectly fine. It's going to come down to writing. It's going to come down to writing and the general attitude inside of CD Projekt Red, which has looked a little woke recently, but we'll see whether or not they course correct.
they have
Well,
time, so hopefully they do.
They're already handing out prizes specifically to women only, and women presenting people, of course.
Yes.
Man, should I go apply over there just because I am simply woman?
No, LumLum. They need to be game developers as well.
Man, I mean, fake it till you make it. That's how most of the women get in those positions anyway.
Oh, speaking of fake it till you make it, to here, LumLum. Finally.
What?
A Twitch thing. Since you're also so excited about Twitch.
I
What have
essentially
they done
abandoned
this
that
time?
platform, though.
There was an amusing little clip that had come out where they start out in front of like all of the sponsors, Mountain Dew, Fortnite, PC Game Pass, all that stuff.
Heresy's the question.
And then,
Fire
as
is
they
the
see
answer.
Hassan Piker approach, the announcer moves away from all of the sponsor stuff and brings him in front of like the green plant background there.
Stand in front of the grass, Hassan.
Yep, stand in front of the grass. Go away. Stand in front of the grass. And he kind of tries to move on, and he's stopped. Like, the tiny guy just kind of body blocks him, even as his buddy, like, moves past him, like, expecting to go over there. Like, you see he's
Okay.
actually pushing him forward there.
Ooh,
Okay,
talk
is
about the
Hassan
doghouse.
taller? Is that man just tiny?
No, he's probably just the average American male, so a dwarf. So Hassan really wants to go in front of the sponsors, but the little babe in the woods stops him as best as his tiny frame can and convinces him that no, we're gonna stand over here. And there's like calls from the crowd as well of the like reporters or whatever going, no, stand there, don't go in front of the sponsors.
Get
Yeah.
fucked, Piker.
Yeah, that is the doghouse right there. That's what that is.
Yep. I mean, I would not be surprised because Twitch is currently having its apocalypse. I bet you, in fact, we know for sure that at least one of their sponsors specifically called out their name being behind Hassan Piker. So it's like, yep, they're going to be a bit careful with that.
But part of me is really enjoying watching Twitch destroy itself. It really is. That said, if they wanted to course correct here, they've got to get rid of him. They have to. They need to not only ban him, they need to make a massive public showing of the banning.
They need to make an example out of him.
Yeah, like the biggest example that Twitch has ever done. The short of an online social execution is what they need to do. completely destroy him. I know he's worth lots of money to them, but he's now costing them lots of money. And if they want to stop this, they've got to do that now, and probably take out a few others as well, just to bring them back to the point where advertisers aren't so cautious. Otherwise, it's going to be great because my net connection's good enough I can actually start streaming now, and I do most of my streaming on YouTube. So this is wonderful if the advertisers switched over there. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because what Twitch needs to do, they've got to go full sacrificial goat on this. And one of those goats is going to have to be Hassan.
Okay, since you're the master of Photoshop, he's just put Hassan's face on the goat and the Twitch logo over the dude's...
LumLum. I only do that to you because I care. I wouldn't do that to Hassan.
Oh, you care.
Service guarantees citizenship.
No!
But yeah, no, I really, that was funny to me. It's like, because again, you can see him push the dude because he's like, no, we're going to go over there in front of the sponsors. He's like, nope, I've got instructions. You're not going over there. I mean, hey, he's had a good run. He has earned his millions. He has an enormous house now. So Hassan has not done poorly for himself, but it is time to become a conservative, I guess.
Oh, he'll never get accepted by anyone.
No,
it's time for him to take his money and see whether or not he's got some actual business chops and go somewhere else.
He's gonna go crawling back to his uncle.
I don't know. See, the thing is, right now, and I'll probably do a stream with Dev on this on Tuesday or something. Begun. The right-wing civil war has. As soon as we started getting some decent traction, other parts of the further right is like, okay, we're going to ban characters in bikinis now. It's like, oh, God, couldn't you have waited at least a couple of years?
Yeah, that's my major concern with the whole swing back the other way. Because while everything has been on the left over the recent decades, as we know, there is just as much stupid on the right. And the pendulum is going to swing back really hard and already is. And it needs to stop back at the middle. We need to get it back to the middle and get it just in that nice central spot. If we start going too far right, you're right. You'll start seeing, oh, you gotta cover up the characters more. You'll get rid of the bikinis. There'll be certain types of storylines that just get completely cut out in exactly the way that certain types of storylines were pushed on the other side. So instead of having everything be an LGBT story on the one side, it'll be you're not allowed to have any of it, and discussion of it whatsoever is completely not allowed. Ideally, with any kind of writing, you don't want to block that, because you can do certain writing correctly with competent writers, which, as I've said, we're kind of short of these days, but it can be done.
The question. Fire
My
is the
concern
answer.
is it's going to swing that way, and you're going to get the stupid. And if they're already calling for that, we're already seeing it. I don't want that.
It's already started happening a little bit, which is why I'm going to start talking about it fairly early on, because it should be opposed early on. The question is whether or not we will be able to do so effectively, because I'm hoping the right this time, might have overreached, because I think the reason why they started talking about this now is because of Trump's enormous win. That has probably emboldened a lot of them to think that now the world lies before their feet. It's time to throw off the mask and go full cray-cray. Now we can make all of our demands, and we can ask for all of our things, and we can demand our censorship because it's the correct thing. I don't think we're there yet. I think a lot of people are going to look at that and like, no. We were opposing censorship, actually. We weren't asking for more of it, but from the other side.
It's like, I agree with that, because at least they're throwing off the mask early enough to where we can stop it or attempt to stop it. It's like if they were to throw the mask off after like some more inner workings where we can't see publicly starts getting pushed through, then it'd make things a little harder. So like, I think some people seen this coming, because once we get the pendulum back on our side, it's just going to keep going, and we're going to get a repeat of the 90s, and
It's your whole gatekeeping thing. It's the same deal, just on the other side. We gatekeep. We don't want all the lefty stupidity in, because that ruins games and stories and movies and television shows and media in general. We don't want the far righty side in this either. Gatekeep all of it out. The only politics should be in a story are the politics of that story. There should be nothing involving the real world influencing that story at all. You know, the politics of Star Wars should be the politics of the Galactic Empire and the Republic. That's it. There should be nothing from outside of that in there, and it doesn't matter which way the pendulum is. It shouldn't be there. Same goes for everything else, so keep it out.
Yep. Also, Mike Merchant has donated another $100. Thank you much, sir. To say, as much as I'd like to go to the No Dev Fund, I'm putting this towards a more righteous cause to bump that damn Deathclaw off the list. Also, there's an instance or two that implies Ciri is immune to mutation. The anti... Also, LumLum, you like Mexican food, right? Because you're weird?
It's delicious.
It's
Why?
not, and I made this just for you.
You've done... Oh my god! Why? Mexican food is good, you fucking heathen!
It's not. It's slop.
I'm gonna
You've never
have to
tried
agree
it.
with LumLum.
Yeah, damn it.
Arch, have you ever tried Mexican food?
Of course not. Look at it.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Tacos are a gift from the gods.
They are.
Oh, a lot of people are very wrong today.
You were going to try Mexican food and you are going to like it.
But there you go, LumLum. This is my demonstration that I care. I won't Photoshop Hassan Piker, but I will do this on the fly.
Once somebody kidnaps your ass and brings you to the States, you are going to try Mexican food. You're going to try real cooking, and you are going to enjoy it.
If it was real cooking, LumLum, you wouldn't need so much stuff to cover up all of the rot.
What rot? There
Speaking
is
of
no
rot,
rot.
Service
Isn't
guarantees
there a Norwegian
citizenship.
dish that's literally rotted fish?
Yes. And
Preserved, but in an uncharacteristic fashion. Unorthodox.
don't you just, like, bury it in a hole and let it rot or something?
And no, we don't bury it. We just hang it outside for a while.
Ugh.
Heresy's the question.
But that is
Fire
still
is the
far more
answer.
civilized than Mexican food.
No, not really.
Significantly
As I
better.
said, going to have to hard agree with LumLum on this one. Mexican food is great. I don't know how authentic what we get down here is, but it's great.
I mean, Arch thinks that salt and pepper is too spicy.
Oh, God.
Peppers.
You would
peppers
not-
not much. We can salt it, but that's about it.
Or you would not survive my cooking.
And there's a slight bonus round too, by the way. Don't worry, England. Your housing crisis will remain, but we are going to cover all of your farmland in solar panels. Enjoy.
Ugh.
You
The
will
height
not
of
make your own
stupidity over
food.
there.
You will be isolated and starve, English people. Good.
Oh, you're kidding. Yes. Let's cover the entirety of the farmland in a country that has no sun with solar panels.
Yep.
Heresy's the question.
Fantastic
Fire is
idea.
the answer.
Up to 1 billion solar panels, actually.
What?
While we're at it, if we're going for this kind of an idea, we should really put some tidal power generators in the middle of the Australian
Heresy's the
outback.
question.
That would be
Fire
perfect.
is the answer.
Genius.
I think even
Ridiculous
Sargon
fucking
mentioned
bomb.
this, that Britain was one of the places on planet Earth that got the least sunshine.
And the least quality of sunshine, because it's not just the amount of sun you get over a year. It's based on the atmospheric conditions above you, like not just like weather patterns, but the actual quality
Yes.
of the angle of the magnetic field and the rest actually affects how much light gets through. It's why Australia has some of the harshest sun in the world. We get some real nasties going through. North Africa gets a really big hit as well. it's not just they don't get a lot of light. The light they do get through doesn't have a lot of oomph behind it, so it doesn't have a lot for solar generation.
Yep. In fact, there are parts of England that receive about as much sunshine as the polar regions. That's good.
Yeah,
Very impressive, England.
I mean, I'm not against your green power generation done correctly and in the right areas, but you got to pick the right one. It's like building a wind turbine in a place where the wind never blows. You know, building solar panels in a place where the sun doesn't shine and the sun that you do get is crap. You know, if there's any sort of
Fire is
green
the answer.
energy supplement, I don't go for them as a replacement, nuclear power all the way, but any kind of green energy supplement that you want to put in over there, it's an island nation. Tidal generators. That's what you're after. You're surrounded
Heresy's
by
the
water,
question.
and you've got
Fire is the answer.
you've got gaps in between land masses that generate currents. That's what they should be looking at. Potentially wind in the northern sections. I'm not sure how hard it blows, but yeah, potentially some wind generation if they want to put in a little bit of extra support. And it should never be taken as a primary because they don't have enough land mass. But solar panels, it's just fucking dumb.
Also, thank you to Pyman for the $20 and a donation to the Tremere Fund. Yes, because I can't want to play Tremere 2 now. I'll add that to the Tremere. I'll try not to add it twice. But I think, honestly, right now, what is happening is simply that Keir Starmer is trying to destroy as much as he humanly can, so that by the time the next government gets in and they're just left to deal with the mess, they'll be unable to do so, and then Keir can just sit there like, look,
yeah,
I've ruined it for you.
Yeah, same as what's going on down here. He knows he's probably going to go out in the next election, unless he gets very lucky. So why he's got the power, he'll throw everything he can at the wall and hope that some of it sticks. And then, you know, claim victory as he rolls out the door.
It was the same
Hopefully
thing,
that level of stupidity doesn't get through.
It's the same thing over here, too. So we have this weird little thing where we have divided Norway into two parts for power generation. So this is the price in kronas, Norwegian kronas, of the kilowatt hour. So in the north, it's 0.02, which is like 0.00 something cents. It's nothing for electricity. Whereas in the south of the country, it's like 400 times higher. How could this be? Well, because of north of the country, we have an electricity cable running to Germany. And so all of our electricity produced in Norway by Norwegian companies is sold to Germany because they pay more, driving the prices here up massively because there isn't enough electricity. So we then buy our electricity back from Germany at a higher rate.
Oh, God.
The European Union was Satan's very own tool on Earth.
Oh, it's the same as Australian steel, although it looks like we're starting to sort that out. We produce some of the best iron ore in the world in terms of quality. It's why a whole bunch of German arms manufacturers have started building down here. But for the longest time, if you wanted to buy steel in Australia, what we did is we dug up the ore here, we sent it to China, had China process our ore, and then we bought it back at their profit margin in order to have it within our country. And every time I looked at it, I felt like my country was full of morons. Like, just, we're starting to do more of the processing in-house, thankfully, but Jesus Christ, it's the stupidity it burns.
Yep. And the worst part is, this was all created just to please the European Union. I guarantee you the solar panels, same fucking shit. Like, those billion solar panels are probably going to barely produce as much energy as a single small nuclear plant.
Oh, absolutely. In that end of the world, I'm not sure what the solar generation would work, but even solar on house roofs, like you would do it if the solar panels are cheap enough, because anything is a bonus to cutting down your household costs. But compared to, say, here, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure they generate enough to run major household systems for any long extended period of time without supplemental power. We can do it here, but we got some pretty nasty sun over our end of the world, so we can take advantage of that. Over in the UK, I just don't know. Just such crap light and so little of it.
The absurdity is that the power market right now is so incorrectly balanced, largely thanks to Germany. Thanks, Germany. As Germany had a bunch of nuclear generators, and they were preparing to build more, just like France. Like, France has now become a major energy power because they built nuclear. But then the German Green parties, largely fucking funded by Russia, were like, no, we can't have nuclear power. We gotta get rid of it. And so they started shutting them down, just as the war in Ukraine kicked off. And now Germany has reopened its coal mines. I fucking adore that. It's like, no, we can't have nuclear power. Bring out the earth-eating machines. As they just fucking terraform the landscape. It's brilliant. These enormous fucking land rapers, like literally, they tear up just kilometers upon kilometers of ground for the tiniest smidgen of coal. As I read how much dirt on average they had to like dig to find like a kilogram of coal. It was something like 500 to 1, something ridiculous. And we're doing this instead of nuclear power. Why? Because the Russians fucked up one of their reactors. Oh, great.
We do that here as well, but at the very least, our mines are in the middle of friggin' nowhere.
Oh, they're not in Germany.
So
this is one of my favorite fucking pictures.
I can see it on that shot there, the shot you put on before. Like, it looks like it's on the edge of farm. Yeah, right there. It's on the edge of farmland.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, Australia, our mines are truly epic. Our mines are truly epic. We're 2 years away from our current biggest gold mine, having got all the gold out of it that they're going to be able to get. They've already found the new gold location, which actually looks like it's going to be richer. So they're going to mine out the last of this, and then they're going to move the entire gold mine to a new location and start mining again. However, the big hole in the ground, what they're going to do with it rather than refilling it, because you can't do that, is they're actually going to fill it with water and make it into an artificial lake. And it will be the single deepest man-made lake on planet Earth when they do this.
Of course.
It is remarkable how monstrous they are. I will try and find you a picture at the moment. That's not a particularly good one, but it gives you an idea. But they're in the middle of nowhere, so we can do this. It's fine to do this. Doing it in the middle... As I said, the stupidity, it burns. Live links, there we go.
Fire is the answer.
That's the monsters we dig over here, but we dig them in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing there.
Yep, whereas in Germany, it's just, they need the
In
coal,
the middle of some of the most beautiful land on the planet. We'll just dig a giant hole.
Yep, enormous fucking holes. And what I like the most about all of this is in some of the shots. Let me see if I can find
guarantees citizenship.
Find a good
just
one.
On what you've popped up there for chat, just so you understand the scale of what you're looking at. If you look, see the water down the bottom. If you look a little bit to the right, you'll see a road, and you'll see a little truck driving on the road. That's one of those enormous 4-story tall earth-moving trucks. That's what that is. That's not somebody's ute. That's 4 stories tall and capable of moving 50 tons in a load. Those things that Tonka trucks are based on. That's the scale of what you're looking at.
Yep, I'm trying to... God, why are there's not a picture of these? I'm trying to find one with people for scale. Ah, there you go. There. It's one of these. They're large. This one has been desecrated by the Indians, but...
Yes. Yeah, that's one of those. That's what you're seeing driving around the outside of that. It is a monster of a thing.
Here we go. Okay. So this is from Germany again. What I love here is you see this dozens of square kilometers,
Heresy's the question.
and then there's windmills
Fire is the answer.
around the ginormous fucking hole. I adore that. It's such a wonderful exemplification of the failure of fucking green energy as we've created it.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely beautiful.
At the very least, and this is going to be... at the very least, you've already decimated most of your wildlife over there, because I can't imagine what that would be doing to habitats as well.
Oh, there is no habitats.
Jesus. Yeah. Oh.
And the best part is, of course, 10 years ago, the Germans too were like, oh yeah, this is awful. Like, we gotta stop doing this. The demise of coal in Germany and global energy, like 2015. Like, it reminds me of when we thought we would have flying cars.
Yeah, this is a stupid moment. This is the same stupidity that was Germany relying on Russian gas. You've got an opponent, a potentially hostile party, and you're setting yourself up to rely entirely on their gas line, which gives them power over you. You've got to supply yourself. They tried to export their power generation outside of the country, and now they can't get the power in. And the one thing that coal does have as an advantage over uranium is you don't have to process it. It's relatively quick to dig, and it's relatively quick to build the plants in comparison to your nuclear plants. However, if they had a brain in the first place and built the damn nuclear plants, they would never run into a problem, and they would be selling power to people, and the country would be making a profit rather than going broke. But, that requires forethought, planning, and thinking.
Yeah, and like the thing with coal too is, the shit you need to produce enough coal for a nation like Germany, like these are some fucking 40k monsters that they've created. Yeah. Like they just, like, how many caterpillar tracks? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fucking enormous caterpillar tracks as this thing just devours kilometers of German countryside.
Yeah. Like, we dig mines the size that we've got, but we build them roughly in the middle of nowhere. Thankfully, we've got that option. And most of it isn't for domestic. Like, most of what we produce is export by a lot. Because we've only got 26 million people down here that need power. And even so, it looks like we might actually be getting nuclear power plants. So for some reason, the Australians appear to be more intelligent than the freaking Germans at this point in time. We're pretty hard in discussions at the moment about starting construction of nuke power plants. And the thing is, with 26 million people, we'll only need 3. And we'll do the entire east coast of the country. So, yeah, again, this boggles my mind. Like, just destroying European countryside like that.
Yep.
Because it is just sad.
Meanwhile, France is energy independent, straight up. And even in France, the best part is there's still, like, fear campaign. Like, France is looking around and it's like, oh, we have energy. Nobody else does. And you still get, like, pictures like this. It's got like, oh my god, if all of them exploded at once, half of France would be gone. Like, true.
Yeah, but fear-mongering is fear-mongering, fortunately. And there is money to be made in it, especially in any kind of media, and there is still groups that, like, there are people that are going to make money off coal. There are people in Germany right now that are making money having Germans rip up their own countryside to get coal and building coal power plants to try on. They're making shitloads of money. They don't want nuclear because they stopped making money. It's where a lot of the pushback in Australia has. We're sitting on one of the biggest coal reserves in the country. The coal barons in Australia that run the coal power plants in Australia do not want nuclear because the second they do, it ends. And thankfully, it looks like they're starting to lose. There will be groups in France that would like to see this end too, so they can go back to making money on the coal side as well. It's a thing. It's just a thing.
It's the same with wokeism. If you solve the problem, you don't have power anymore. We'd pretty much fixed racism too, but then we brought it back.
Yeah. That's all it is. France did make the good play, though, keeping its own power running. and keeping its own military. Their biggest concern is there's going to be, let's assume they solve their migrant problem. They're going to be one of the few countries in Europe that has all the resources surrounded by a bunch of countries that are rapidly going broke. Do you remember what happened the last time this was the case? They got to be feeling a little deja vu over that end of the world.
Luckily for us, the French military has proved as competent as the French have ever been in Africa.
Actually, I need to step for just 2 seconds as well again. I will be right back.
Yep. Do some super chats then. LumLum should read the super chats.
I need access to Arch.
I'm tempted to give it to you. But I don't know how, so there you go. Tarantine, what would happen if the Russians started using the Scuds from GLA? They probably are already using the Scuds from GLA, because those are just like short-range rocket batteries, really. Ben, any APS in Ukraine beside ancient droids like Arena? I don't think there's a lot of modern ones, because, again, they just want to be stupidly cheap. Doman, the Russian tank talk makes me miss Broken Arrow. I know, I miss Broken Arrow too. Sandoom, only footage I've ever seen of drone warfare in Ukraine is in the footage of the field mouse that took a ride on the drone to its target. The mouse went all the way. Yeah, I've seen that too. It's like, poor mouse. It shows the Ukrainians' lack of basic humanity. Like, any other nation would have just landed the drone like, get off, please, before I go kill myself. Justin AZ90, Russia is not the Soviet Union. That's true. Much to its chagrin and unfortunateness. Reverend Norse, I love LumLum's avatar, so perfect for this discussion. I must admit, I love the militarism even more, and the clusterfuck in Syria and Ukraine is the perfect for it. Hope we see this guy more an arch-ventru. Sad LumLum.
Yes.
I feel like this is
Service
some
guarantees
sort of
citizenship.
protest that should be punished.
Protest? How the hell is it a protest? I was confused earlier, and this was the PNG that, you know, most accurately shows how I feel about it. And confused and sad.
The real Zartax, only thing communists are good at is facades. Talker and Arch, you need to ask for LumLum's input more. LumLum.
Huh?
How do you feel about ASW mechanics in naval power?
Huh? The ASW?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Advanced warships?
Where did the S go?
And I have returned.
Shut up! I got confused. I forgot the letters already.
We'll train her in more war games, chat. Then we can get more LumLum input.
I got confused already.
She tried, chat. She tried her best.
You have broken her already.
It happens pretty frequently, honestly. Taras Shevchenko, the most I can say about work experience in Russia is everything not bolted down on the job site will be stolen, and some things that are bolted down will be too.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. There is a very different degree of corruption in the East.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
We have covered most of the topics, so I'm just going to start going through the super chats now. I don't know how much time you have, Mags. How are you on time?
Oh, I'm fine on time. I've just got to step away every now and again because the wife is out doing a animal conservation and display show this morning. and I have my 2 young boys here, so I just have to keep an eye on them. Thankfully, they're both at an age at the moment where you just sort of got to push food and water at them, and they'll take care of themselves. But
Fire is the
still,
answer.
just got to make sure they haven't burnt the house down or started sword fighting with the kitchen knives or something. Just got to keep a look on them every now and again. They're fine.
Heatseeker. I know how we can get LumLum interested in these aircraft. The landing gear are the feet of the aircraft, and the tires are the squishy paw pads.
No.
That would get her pretty interested.
No.
Mark99, I'm curious, where did LumLum's love of feet meme come from?
Arch made it up.
I think
just one day.
She told me about her feet love at some point, and I just decided to run with it.
No, he just made it up.
Heresy's the question.
I don't think so.
Fire is
I
the
always
answer.
base my narrative in some degree of reality to make it more convincing.
I said I hate feet, and then he said, "Oh, she says she hates feet because she loves feet so much," and now you're trying to gaslight me.
That's right, because you told me another day.
Service
What was
guarantees
it?
citizenship.
Anybody who hates something that must be hiding a fetish for it or something.
Rejection and all that. Yeah.
The deal's not tax. Even if it's mined all over, it would be worth almost any expense to clean up. Black soil is insanely rare, and they got a ton of it. Talker. The thing is, agricultural goods are fucking stupendously cheap. That's the thing. It's worth next to nothing. Like grain is worth virtually nothing because we can produce it so easily and in such vast quantities now that, I mean, the stuff that goes into your bread, I think is like, it's some of the highest nourishing grain ever made in human history. Like the standards are, like what we consider animal food now is what would have been put in the highest grade pastries in the Roman Empire. I think it's like, what was it, like, 8% protein or something in the average grain for it to be accepted to be used in bread?
Yeah, something ridiculously high. And the market shifts so quickly around it because it's so easy to grow. If you remember back at the start of the Ukraine war, and there was that sort of global panic of these, like, was it Ukraine was the second biggest grain supplier on the planet, and there was this massive panic in the media, like, oh, we're going to run out of grain because Ukraine's going to not be able to ship it out, and Russia's not letting them ship out, and da 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 da. And it took about 3 months, and that just completely disappeared out of the media. It's because by 3 months, farmers, as soon as they saw it happen, like, they're not idiots, despite popular belief. Most farmers have at least 2 degrees nowadays because that's what it takes to be competitive as a commercial farmer. Those that have the option to grow grain saw what was happening, immediately started to crop it, and they were, in some parts of the world, because it is easy to grow, they had their first crops within 3 months. The market had shifted by 6 months. There wasn't a hole in the market anymore. It was just gone.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, grain is really easy. And as for the black soil, it is true. Lots of it is rare and it is valuable. But how much is it worth to rebuild the entire country to get access to it? And a country that, while the soil is fantastic, the actual location and the growth range is really only useful for grain, which is why they grew grain as they did. Yeah.
Hiro-san Ichiban on Rumble for $50. Thank you very much. Because finally a stream without the sociopath known as Dev. Listen, Dev is not a sociopath. He's a high-functioning psychopath. There's a difference.
Service guarantees citizenship.
I'm kind of sorry he's not here. I was a little curious on what it would be like to discuss things with a fat communist.
Well, let's see. LumLum, can you be Dev for a bit?
Ew, no.
Nah. Oh, sorry.
I mean, most of the time you just wave a breadstick at them and you can get them to fold. Dead would take at least 2 full pizzas.
He probably would, because he had... You know how professional eaters, like, they train their stomach with, like, water and stuff to increase the amount of food it can sustain? Dev was doing that because Dev had the eating hour, where he did not eat a set amount of food for a meal. He simply started eating for 1 hour, and then once the 60 minutes was up, he stopped.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So he probably can park some volume into it. Like, he really should look into a professional
Service
eating career.
guarantees citizenship.
Because a lot of people earn a lot of money on that.
Yeah, they can keep that career to themselves, but
Have you told him about the doggy door yet?
The doggy door. It's a slightly smaller door he carved in his bathroom door. From the Dolt. Assad became dependent on Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. Russia is tied up in Ukraine, and since Iran and Hezbollah want to kill all the Juden, they and Israel don't exactly get along. Also, the Israelis are the good guys. If you think otherwise, you are retarded. Largely, yes. Plus, they pulled off Operation Pager, which was pretty awesome.
that was actually really impressive. The logistics required to pull that off.
The subterfuge, the secrecy.
I love the fact that they detonated inside of all of the embassies as well. But that's a really hard one to start explaining.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fucking James Bond move. Like, beautiful.
It's very rare. Most despite all the bullshit, most operations of such are actually kind of disappointing when you look at them. That was impressive.
Yep. That was some real James Bond shit.
Yeah.
Talatine, did not Zelensky give away a lot of farmland to BlackRock because he laundered money for them? Wouldn't surprise me. Like all I'm going to say is all of the money that gets sent via Ukraine in forms of investment, etc., the various Ukrainian ministers are currently owning some of the rarest automobiles on planet Earth, with no connection there whatsoever, of course. Counter-structure. Russia has a military expo each August. This year, they shows an ATV with a machine gun. Well, shit.
That's actually pretty impressive tech to them. Does the ATV drive?
Maybe it's even all-terrain. I mean, I love they still present the Cord machine gun as it's some sort of fucking space-age tech. It's like, look at this, the Cord, we invented it, it's an amazing machine gun. It's like, it's a 50 cal, occasionally accompanied with a, scope.
As I said, it doesn't matter what tech you look at over that end of the world. All of it is usually pre-1970s. They've dressed it up, but it's pre-1970s. Or pre-1980s at the latest.
Fluffy shirt. This reminds me of being a teenager, listening to my dad and his Air Force buddies talk shop. Good. That's the intended effect.
Yep, that's about the design of my entire Discord server and channel, actually.
A massive dog. Arch, acting like an ancient Roman. Former employees still have obligations to their former employers. That's true. Like, LumLum's debt to me goes far beyond a little bit of money. He's property now.
Property?
Yeah.
Huh? Are you talking about viewers?
No. You property.
My property?
Yes, part of the equipment.
Equipment? What equipment? Huh?
It reminds me of the meme image I was actually going to work on you that I got distracted from and never actually completed. Back when I asked you for some of the shots for LumLum's character, the based on the joke you put in one of your streams a while back, the Norwegian, the N for Norway, Norwegian tattoo and branding.
Oh,
you tattooing the N and the stars on LumLum's arm, while buddy Deb's in the background with his pants around his ankles and a giant N on his ass cheek and a giant old school iron brand. Or cattle brand on the ground next to him. Never did get that finished. I really should get back to that.
I think the N came from my brand new pony's owner, because I have that now.
Yes. The N is supposed to stand for Norway, not the other.
That's true. It does stand for Norway. Ah, there we go. The arch pony. See, I'm trying to show my chat various Hearts of Iron mods, like the Fallout one, like, chat, you want to see more of this? And chat, no, chat wants more ponies. Right,
Funny,
back to
that is a
Equestrian War.
game. That is a game that I have had installed since it was released, and I don't think I've got more than about 10 hours in it.
You gotta mod it. Black Ice makes it tolerable.
It was released at a time when I was in the middle of doing daily War Thunder videos, so I just never had time. I was playing anywhere between 30 and 50 rounds of War Thunder a day at that stage, and then once I sort of slipped away from War Thunder a bit because it got a bit much, just never really picked it up. Keep getting asked to, but just never have. I should probably look at it again. I've seen the Fallout mod. The Fallout mod does look very interesting, and I do like Fallout.
It is quite good. It's just that chat doesn't like Fallout. Chat's just ponies. Ponies, chat, you weirdos.
Heresy's the question.
I think I'm on my
Fire is the
third
answer.
or fourth Equestrian War campaign now, as chat's like, more ponies. Fucking weirdos. Ben, speaking of missile age, why do you insist on calling all U.S. naval SAM RIMS? Because, well, that's what they are. What was it? Rolling frame missile something?
Don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up.
And then you divide them into short range and medium and long. Yeah, and just call them all RIMS. RIMS are good.
Yeah, rolling airframe missile.
Oh, that was one, yeah. That's why, Ben. Trify, Lumi got some interesting friends. Been getting their streams recommended to me. She still hasn't brought along any more VTubers.
I suggested one, and you're like, he's too small. Get
He
the
is
other
too
one.
small.
He is a good content creator and has some decent connections as well to larger VTubers. He may have a smaller platform, but he absolutely gets good views and has connections with larger VTubers that I am also acquainted with.
LumLum, I've told
It's about
you.
the trade-off, Arch.
Bring me Asmongold.
Asmongold probably won't even look at my DMs. I was lucky enough that that fucking one dude even opened my DMs. I haven't heard anything since. I'm sure I'll eventually hear.
You never know. He's reacted to some of Archer's stuff before.
Yep.
Yeah, he might be willing to come in for a talk, and he does seem like somebody who would like to sit back and just have a chat, considering that's like, what, 90% of his content now?
I've already done 90% of the work for you, LumLum. Your job is now just to be the bait. Send them feed pics. I keep telling you.
No! I will send him a DM, and on top of that, I'll also send an email. Okay?
Okay,
But it's a trade-off here.
Feed pics.
No!
A lot of these big streamers have weird fetishes, LumLum. You gotta use that.
No.
LumLum, what shall I ever do with you?
Yeah, I'm a VTuber. That's enough. Just look at the pretty fish. It's okay.
Timothy Leroux. Arch, play Dune Spice Wars. I did, like a couple times. It was kind of boring, honestly. Like, it's, oh, hey, let's make a 4X game. Let's make it real time.
Fire is the
Okay.
answer.
Are you going to be sacrificing a lot of complexity to making it real time? Yes. Oh.
Yeah, they're yet to make a Dune game that beats the old Battle for Dune from the early 2000s. That's fantastic. I've still got the discs around for that. That was a great game for a Command & Conquer clone. It was a really great game.
I'm still holding out a little bit of hope for the survival crafty MMO thingy in Dune that I think was going to come out 2025? Yeah, Dune Awakening.
I'd be interested. I do like survival crafting games a lot. They're great little time sinks. So
Yeah.
I'd be interested to check it out. I like the Dune universe, but we'll see. But yeah, strategy-wise, they just still haven't passed Emperor Battle for Dune.
Mojo Silva simply just drops $50 and leaves. Thank you. No message. I'm just going to assume that probably means I should put the LumLum pause one back up on screen.
What?
That's like
And
second
then
part of the
that better
pony's
mean that 50 is going towards the LumLum on the calendar.
Ooh, chat. What we could do is, so other channels do like special little things when people donate certain amounts. We could draw like an animation of LumLum like wiggling her paws at you.
What? What?
Would you like that, chat? Would you like that?
Fish. Fish.
She's confused, chat. It's entirely normal. Realty Backhand. LumLum, which of the 4 Chaos Gods would you be corrupted by? And Bandev Hunt.
I really... I don't know. I really don't know. Arch, what do you think?
Zinch.
LumLum would probably be Slanesh. She's got the colors.
Yeah.
The colors for Slanesh.
And the foot fetish, which...
I don't have a foot fetish. I have a gore fetish.
Bloodthirsty. LumLum, what is the U.S. Army's main rifle?
I don't know.
Heresy's the question.
LumLum.
Fire is the answer.
LumLum. This is a simple one. I mean, technically, they've got several now, but... LumLum is broken again. Actually...
M4.
M4? Oh. LumLum. No.
What?
No.
M4.
Even Arch is not sure.
I suppose technically now, isn't it? Because... What is it? The A1, M4 A1, is that the new standard now? Is that the standard rifle whilst they're waiting for the XM7?
I'm pretty sure they're still running the... Yeah, it could be.
Because they're still using the M16, but I think that's been mostly relegated to National Guard.
M16A4 is still their sort of main rifle. I think the M4 is still in. They haven't picked up... I forget the designation they keep giving it, but the new 6.5mm rifle, they haven't picked that up yet. Or if they have picked it up, they haven't deployed it yet. That one's going to be a bit interesting to see how that one plays, because there's a bit of a mix on how well that performs, weight-wise versus ammo-wise. But
I don't know.
Yeah,
I kind of
actually
like this spear. Like it's so weird. It's a weird round though. Like 6.8. So you go from 5.56 to 6.8.
Sorry, it's 6.8, not 6.5. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I get the point. In how they changed the rifle cartridges. 7.62, great round, what they used to run in the past. Hits hard, very heavy, very difficult to carry large amounts of ammunition. 5.56, also fairly easy to blunt against the more modern body armor that was showing up at the time they changed. Go jump to 5.56. Very small, can carry a lot of ammunition, very fast round, very good at defeating armor. Okay, makes sense. Now they're running into an issue where the armor's getting a little bit more complex on penetration, or the armor's not there at all, and the 5.56 doesn't have the range anymore. So the 6.8 is, they're trying to find the middle ground. It's the intermediate cartridge they're looking for, something that can still defeat armor on the cases where they run into armor, but something that has the punch of the heavier round and the range of the heavier round, so they can really reach out and touch someone. So I get the point. It's just, it's like any hardware or doctrinal change in a military. There's gonna be some rough spots when it rolls out. So, like, there's a reason why when they rolled out the M16 for the first time, a lot of people didn't want to even get rid of Garands they were taking into combat at that point in time. They were still carrying them. They didn't want to make the change. And it was about 10 years before they got that out, so...
Yeah, like... I feel like trying to hit the middle ground, like trying to get a little bit of both, they'll end up getting a little bit of neither. Because the spear, what's it, XM, it's 7, XM7 is the official thing, I think. Because spear is technically the predecessor. Because you're adding a kilo to the weapon there, over the M4 carbine, so that's significant. It also, I think it was supposed to come standard with a 20-round box magazine. You're going to miss those 10 rounds, I fucking guarantee you.
And the cartridge size itself will be slightly larger, so you will be carrying less overall with each group. So you're now going to be more ammunition dependent.
Yeah, you're going to be reloading more often, and you're going to need resupply more often. At that point, just go with the 7.62 for fuck's
Heresy's
sake.
the question. Fire is the answer.
I'm not sure about it. Supposedly it has excellent range performance, so maybe they should just probably stick this in the hands of the special forces, honestly, instead.
What it really depends on. Did you see the scope that's supposed to go with it? Now, they initially said the scope was going to be a rollout for almost every rifle. I have press X to doubt moment on that. The $10,000 scope. If they can actually get one of those on every rifle, that could make the difference, because that is a really nice piece of kit.
There we go. The XM157 scope.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks like a fucking beefy thing, doesn't it?
Yeah. For those who haven't seen this thing, it's about 10 grand US a pop. So what it is, it's a laser rangefinder, a multi-magnification scope, so it operates as a long-range scope for sniping and a short-range scope for your red dot, close-range encounters type things. But it also has a computer connection inside of it that is able to count, automatically adjust the scope on the fly to account for wind turbulence, weather effects, the curvature of the Earth and gravity effects between you and the target, so that you don't need to be technically anybody who picks this thing up, presses the button to flash the target, put the scope on the target, it will aimbot adjust the scope so that the bullet is going to wind up where you aim, so everybody is capable of a 3-kilometer sniper shot with it. But they're $10,000 each on top of the rifle. If they can actually manage to do that, that is some scary shit. That is giving a bunch of Marines aimbot. That is horrific. But it's $10,000 a scope, not counting the rifle and the rest of the kit. So that is a big expense to pull it off. But it is some wild shit that it can do.
Yeah, because at that point, these are no longer optics. That's a fucking firing computer.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a handheld firing computer for a rifle. So you can do everything with it. You can, at close range, it'll also pick up, I think if I recall, it'll pick up on the short range close-in stuff. If an individual marks a location on one scope or with their night vision or advanced night vision that's supposed to go with it, the markers will show up on everybody else's in the squad scope. So you can tag areas and visually see them and tag individual targets and be able to see markers through walls, distance to target, elevation, and the rest. So every single person on your squad when you deploy is both an elite level marksman, a spotter, and you're able to give one another essentially nav waypoints when you're doing close-in work with it. Like, it is just it's the Grunt's equivalent to the F-35 helmet, is what it is.
But immediately, I'm reminded of the Future Warriors project that the US ran as well, which had a lot of cool shit too, but again, what killed it? It's a lot of fucking money to put on a $5 infantryman.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the question. The scopes exist, and the scopes work. They've proven the scopes. Whether or not they get out to every infantryman, or whether or not they get regulated to very specialist groups, that's a whole other question. But their initial plan was that they were going to try and put one of those things on top of every infantryman's rifle. Every Marine, every Army, everybody would have one of those on top. If they could do it, I really don't think they will, but if they could do it, that is scary.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like the whole fucking Land Warrior thing, but...
Yeah.
I'm also wondering how that thing keeps up under, like, wear and tear, like... Because that's a fucking PC right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's a PC in a very small case.
And it's not light either. It adds another... I think it's nearly a kilo or a bit over a kilo to the top of the rifle. I can't remember the exact weight. Like, it's not a light piece of kit. But, as you said, it's the firing control out of the tank.
Nearly 5 kilograms, though. That is a hefty piece of fucking small arm. Sure, okay. For chat, by the way, who might be thinking in pounds, that's what, £15?
Yeah, something like that. I'd have to do the conversions.
If you slap on a suppressor, that's another half kilo, another pound, so 15, 16 pounds weapon.
And then if you're planning on doing some marksman work, you want to make sure that you've got the whatchamacallit on front, the stand.
The stand, yeah.
Yeah, you want that on front as well. So there, another half on top of that?
That's a lot of weapon. Yeah, 20 pounds, says chat. That's a lot of fucking weapon.
Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't want to be on the end of it.
That is true.
The nasty end of it. 20 pounds or not, that combination will ruin your day in a real hurry, and a whole squad of them will really ruin your day. But yeah, it's a lot of weapon to move. So it'd be interesting to see where it goes. There's definitely going to be some interchange between them, and there's going to be a lot that don't like them because they are big and they are heavy. We are going to find out down this end of the world, though, because Australia is basically the premier makers for bullpups, and I believe the group that makes Australia's variant of the Steyr that we run actually got the contract from the States, which is really unusual, to manufacture the bullpup version of it. We will be making them both for ourselves, and we will be making the bullpup version to send over to the States for the times when they want, need, or would like to deploy bullpup variants of the rifle. So we're going to find out at about the same time the Americans do, because we're going to be making that version.
The worst part about all of this, honestly, is the fact that the entire rest of the world just switched over to the HK416 with the 5.56 fucking round.
Yep. Yeah, they picked their times well. I don't expect the rest of the world is going to pick up the new round and the new rifle straight away.
Service
I imagine there'll
guarantee
definitely be a
citizenship.
period. We probably will, because we've been running our what is the current variant of our Steyr? Sorry, I've got to actually look this up at the moment. The EF88 Austere is what we're running at the moment, which is our heavily modified to the point of completely rebuilt and re-engineered Steyr. We've been running that since 2016, so we are probably coming up due for a main battle rifle change anyway. So it's probably not so much of a concern for us. But those who have picked up something new, they're not going to want anything. And that's why we got the contract for it, because our EF88 is actually really good for a bullpup. It is actually kind of fantastic, which is weird because most of them are shit. But
we just need to. One more thing that does disappoint me a lot, though, is that they went for another cartridge rifle. Honestly, we need to return to the fucking G11. The whole cartridges round thing. Brilliant idea. We need that. That solves the majority of our ammunition problems. It solves the magazine capacity. It solves the carrying requirements. We need cartridgeless rounds. God, we shouldn't have given up on that. Them,
yeah, it's a good concept. The problem that they kept running into with your is the cartridge. It's not that there isn't a cartridge. The cartridge is actually the propellant for the round. That's how they function. And building a clean compound that would get the oomph to kick the bullet out of the end, and also having an ammunition that doesn't explode violently when exposed to heat, because the casing is actually the propellant for the bullet, is a bit of an issue. And that's where they kept running into. Your caseless ammo, it's theoretically a fantastic idea. Absolutely something we should not have stopped developing, but it does have some problems that have to be solved.
We'd have figured it out. Easy. Sadness. Anyway, slight deviation aside. Decking devs' walls with holy jollification. PSA, Space King 2 just dropped about an hour ago.
Oh, really? I'll have to look at that.
The real Zartak,
Space King 1 was funny.
How does operational art link tactics and strategy?
Huh?
How does operational art link tactics and strategy?
Operational art, tactics, strategy.
Hmm?
Uh,
I could hear LumLum going, these are words. I'm sure they're words.
they're words in a sentence.
Words in a sentence. Da 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 da.
I don't know. Something to do with maps. I don't know.
That is true. It does have something to do with maps.
That's all I got.
Well, normally, the operations level is what we call the intersection between strategy, which is the strategy of a campaign, as in you're going to go and seize this place, with the tactics of the operation, as in how you're going to seize this place.
Oh.
So it does have to do with maps. You are correct.
Yay!
See, ever since LumLum realized that chat could make her break down when asking her dumb questions, that's all they do now.
Yeah. And Arch gets to profit off of suffer.
Vulture1066, as a final fuck you, pardon all criminals in the USA. That would be funny.
Ooh. To be fair, they're trying that as far as we've seen. At least to a level.
Marked ashamed. I've seen free Syrian army flags in Seattle. Well, probably a sympathetic neighborhood, frankly. Brandon, for $50 on Streamlabs, lost any real interest in CD Projekt Red after the train wreck that was Cyberpunk 2077. Kibella. You know, Cyberpunk 2077, I will give it this. It has recovered remarkably well. Like, Cyberpunk today, it's a pretty damn solid game, everything considered. But it did have an absolutely awful launch, and it'll take a lot to recover from having a launch that awful.
Yeah, I'm an odd one with that one. So I actually played through the entire game on the week of release, and I had no problems. But to be fair, because that launched in 2020, it was not long after I had just built this computer, which at the time was a 1% machine. It was the best hardware you could buy on the market. I got really lucky in the early stage of the COVID, everybody buying shit stupid, and managed to scoop up everything I needed to put together a current gen machine. Most people didn't. The game itself,
Service guarantees citizenship.
the biggest problem that I have with it now, it's not an RPG. It's not an RPG straight off the bat. It's an action role-playing game, which is fine, but it's not a genuine RPG. And I actually quite like the game. The problem is they've got this big focus on the city, and big parts of it feel dead in a way that, say, something like GTA doesn't.
Yeah, for all of the incredible graphics of all of the people walking by with their unique gear and heads and all kinds of stuff, it just doesn't feel lively. And I attribute a lot of that to the fact that there's no reputation system whatsoever. Like, you can't choose to befriend the Tiger Claws, for example. They're always just going to be gangers. Like, you can't even really befriend, like, the Nomads or the other major groups. Like, they're just dead-faced NPCs. They're experience ball. There's no punishment from walking up to a group of Tiger Claws and fucking slaughtering them on the street with a power fist.
Yeah, there's nothing like that at all, and you can feel it. You'll realize it. You're less likely to realize exactly how dead parts of the city actually are if you drive cars from place to place, from point of interest to point of interest. But if you actually get out of your car and just walk the streets, you can see the shift when you step out of a point of interest into just the game filling the space, and then step into the next point of interest where something has been put together for you to go to. You can see the change in how the NPCs operate and the world, and the gap in the middle becomes very apparent if you actually just walk around. And once you see it, you can't not. It's a problem. I actually don't mind as a game. I quite liked Cyberpunk 2077, but it has some pretty serious flaws. And the world itself is one of its biggest flaws.
Especially after they hyped it up so much.
Yes.
And, God...
Yeah.
The romances in it is like my biggest fucking pet peeve when it comes to the world, because I genuinely enjoyed the Judy one with the whole diving into the underground city. That was a moment of like, wow, okay, this is really interesting. You've got me hooked here now. And then it ended. It just stopped right there. It's like, nope, that was not the beginning. That was the end. Like,
same to the Pan Am one. You end up screwing inside of a futuristic main battle tank, have a massive fight out, and then nothing.
Yeah. It's like, it seemed like the beginning of the adventure.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was, nope, that was it. You're done now.
Yeah,
go home.
It just stopped. Yeah, you get a text message at the end of the game on what they're supposed to have been up to, depending on what ending you chose.
Yep.
And you do get the shit, I forget their name now, the desert gang that she's a part of to help you in the final fight. But she's not really an important part of that particular engagement at all. A couple of throwaway voice lines here and there while you're doing, various boss shit. So it just goes nowhere. It just stops. And it's the same with almost every other interaction through as well.
Yeah, and I hated the mission system, because you've got these power brokers, and I was expecting, like, okay, I'm going to build a relationship with them like I do the fat guy in the opening story, right? I'm going to take rides with them and go like, yeah, listen, this is what stuff. And eventually it'd be like, hey, V, you did that job for me. Something like that. No, you go to a place at any time, in any direction, any, like, numerical order whatsoever, and you just get a phone call like, hey, there's some people over there, they're bad. Oh, thank you.
Go kill.
Thanks.
I mean, some of the killing was fun.
And the worst part is they demonstrated also in the expansion how easily they could have continued some of this stuff, because in the expansion you get a handful of extra texts from whatever love interest you picked. Like, you could have done this so easily. You could have made these characters feel a lot more alive with just a few dozen text messages, and he was like, nope, not gonna do that.
Yeah, a little bit of that, and just some continual story afterwards. I know it got really annoying in some of the GTA games, but where you've completed a storyline with a character, and then you get a message from a character to just go to a place and hang out, and then maybe a random non-scripted event occurs that the game randomly generates. Like maybe you pick them up and they say you want to go for a drive to a place, so you get a waypoint to drive to the place, and then somewhere along the way, just a van shows up and starts trying to shoot up your car. So you get into a bit of a, get into a gun show, a bit of a car chase. The police are involved. Shit happens, and then you get okay, no, we probably shouldn't do that now. Take me home, and you go home. At least the little things happened, and it's just you could do that with just random script generation, as just give you a little subtle connection back to each of these characters, back into the story once they're core story is finished. But there's just none of that included at all anywhere in the game for any of the characters at all. Once you're completed with them, they're done.
Yep. Nugget Keeper, is it true that they legalized crack in Canberra?
Canberra is a silly place. We don't talk about Canberra. Okay, I don't know about the legalizing crack, but I will give you an idea of exactly what I mean by Canberra is a silly place. So in Australia, we have roadside speed cameras, right? And these roadside speed cameras can be hidden in unmarked vehicles, or they can be hidden in trees, or be hidden anywhere, and they do the little laser thing and take the photo if you're speeding. However, it looks really bad when politicians get done for speeding. For those who are unaware with Australia, if you look at a map, roughly in between New South Wales and Victoria, there's this tiny little dot, and it's actually a state on its own called the ATC, or the Australian Capital Territory, and it has one city in it called Canberra, and it's where all the politicians on the national level live. It's like we created a space to contain all the arseholes in one location, okay? So what they've got over there for their rules in regards to speed cameras is the cameras can still be in an unmarked vehicle, and they can still be mounted in trees, and they can still be hidden all over the place. But 200 meters ahead and on the safe side of the camera, there must be a big sign on the side of the road telling you exactly where that speed camera is. That is a law in Canberra, so that the politicians know that it's there, so they know to slow down, so they don't get done.
Oh, see,
Canberra is a silly place.
in Norway, we do something similar but worse. There are certain stretches of road where they take a picture at you when you enter the stretch of road, and then one when you leave, so that they can measure your average speed. And it is the most satanic thing, because now you're sitting there carefully just nursing that gas pedal all the way fucking through, like, oh.
We've got one of those too. It's actually funny as hell. We got one of those on the highway heading down to Melbourne. Time-lapse speed cameras. And it's a fairly long list, and it's just on the outskirts. The problem is that there happens to be a service station about halfway or a little bit past halfway on both sides of the road that they monitor this time-lapse camera. So you drive through, you can do 250 kilometers an hour so long as you don't pass the first camera doing that, and so long as you pull in at the gas station afterwards at the halfway point and grab a Coke and then drive out at normal speed, you still don't get pinged. Actually, I think there's also a rest stop on the side of the road separate from the fuel station in the gap as well. It's just... You would think, they must have built the service stations after they put these time-lapse cameras in. No, these time-lapse cameras have been there for 20 years. The time-lapse cameras, the service stations were already there before they put the time-lapse cameras in, and they never thought to move them, and they never thought that this was going to be a problem. So, yeah, just stupid. Stupid. But yes, we have them too. And there's almost always something like that with them.
Just let people drive at whatever speed they want, okay? Simple. If they kill themselves, well.
We had that here. We had... the subject, we actually got somebody from Germany who worked on the Autobahns come over about 15 or 20 years ago. And they did an analysis trying to work out what we could do with our roads, particularly our highways here, because, big country, to try and drop road fatalities. And what they worked out was the problem with Australia's roads and why fatalities were actually so high wasn't the speed limits that we had on them in terms of people driving too fast. It was actually that they're driving too slow. When your distance between 2 points, like a distance between a service station and your starting point can be an hour, and you've got multiple hours between major points of interest, major towns, our roads are too slow. The recommendation was minimum speed limit for Australian highways should be around 140 kilometres an hour, with preferably a high-speed lane at 180 kilometres an hour, and you'd see a 25 to 30% reduction in fatalities. Because people would be awake and driving at a decent speed, and they wouldn't be getting fatigued over long distances. And the government took one look at that and immediately tore it up, got rid of the guy, and put in a bunch of stupid speed cameras all over the place.
Of course.
Oh, and also I am going to bounce out for now because I need to make food before my Kingdom Come Deliverance stream.
Oh, good luck with that. Great game.
I want to finish it before the second game comes out in February.
Yes, I nearly need to replay it. It is a fantastic game.
LumLum will have to learn what a mess is.
Remind you. You told me to remind you. I'll remind you again in DMs if you actually look at them. You said you're gonna fucking write out to my stream. Fuck you.
I'll consider it.
Alright, have fun yapping. Bye, chat. I'll see you guys whenever Arch pulls me in for more Snoop game.
I'll see you, LumLum.
Bye.
Catch you later, LumLum.
Nice to meet you, Max.
Nice to meet you too.
Right. God damn it. Superchats. Too many. This is the problem with YouTube.
It's fine. I'm quite happy just to sit back and chill. I might need to step out and grab another drink in a second, but...
Mark, I need to be like those VTubers that just don't read them. I'm going to get to that point soon. Bug5654 LumLum, which is the best looking stealth plane? Why is the SR-71? Kicked Av. Well, you kicked LumLum instead. Hollow. General Atomics got a contract to build Ekron plane arc aircraft of Soviet design. Massive increase for capacity using the ground effect. Oh, the is it set Ekron? Oh fuck no.
Ground effect plane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
ground
dumbass
effect
little boat planes.
Interesting design. There is actually some arguments about, with, again, competent non-Soviet designers actually using the technology to build some stuff, because they do have some interesting capabilities. But pretty expensive to run, pretty specialized.
Expensive because you need an assload of jet engines.
Mm.
I am assuming
Well,
the wear and tear's got to be disastrous on those things because they've got pretty high speed. Oh yeah, Jesus, 300 knots. Yeah.
yeah, corrosion is more of the issue, because wear and tear is actually not too bad, because they don't touch the waves at all. They're floating literally in the ground effect above water, and the water is usually relatively flat. They can't use them on too stormy days, of course. So their actual contact after they get up isn't too bad, but they are constantly exposed to salt water at high speeds. So corrosion maintenance is a major issue with them. But the advantage for them is, if you're trying to, let's say you wanted to get a weapons system close to a hostile ship or a hostile convoy, these things are absolutely detectable by submarines, but they cannot be hit by them. They cannot be hit by any mines. They cannot be hit by torpedoes. They're fast enough that a lot of naval combat systems, unless they're designed to shoot down aircraft, won't apply to them, and they can close range very quickly and exit back out very quickly. So they're, as a fast attack craft, there's actually some genuine thought that you could actually build something that would be practical. It would be a very specialized weapon. It would almost certainly be a first strike weapon before a main force went in, but you could do it. There's definitely a use for the technology. And there is a use for the technology potentially in transport as well. Think of it like a small specialized people mover, like a small specialized transport across large sections of ocean, say between islands in the Pacific. Not something you would take into combat there. You wouldn't use this as a troop transport to deploy on a beach. But if you wanted to move things from island A to island B and not have to worry about being detected by flying a plane in between the two, between secured locations, this would do it, and do it almost as fast. So there is some. It's not the problem with that design is that it was made by the Soviets. It's not the concept or the technology. It's the Soviets built it was the issue.
And they put 6 muskets on it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I don't think I would like to be on board when they fired those, but that's a neat little design.
I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly, because typical Soviet, all the engines on that thing, I'm pretty sure are MiG-21 engines. Just they kept bolting MiG-21 engines onto it until it worked. So I think we could do better than that.
What would each of you do if you were given the powers of Metro Man from the Megamind movie? Is there a Megamind movie? Would you go full Titan? I don't even know who this Megamind movie?
I have not watched this movie. I know Megamind. I have kids. I cannot remember this movie for the life of me, other than the fantastic the introduction towards the end of the movie when he comes up against the bad guy with all the drones. That was really funny. I think it was AC/DC.
This is some, I don't even know, DreamWorks weird stuff that I've never seen. I'm kind of happy I have it.
It's not a terrible movie. It's just a very forgettable one. Very kid-orientated, but yeah.
Mercenary 10, Ariel. So no dev today? Good. Here's money for you. As for the drones, unfortunately, they're not Iranian or Chinese. They don't show up on the thermal, and they're definitely alien. You can't say otherwise. Also, did you enjoy the art, Lumi? Aliens? What aliens?
Further information?
What are the aliens doing? Is Alex Jones talking about the aliens again? Mario Trujillo has been over 6 months. At least America still has the sword missile for when we want to red, white, and blue a target into little chunks. Gotta love the American shenanigans. Mercenary Ariel. I've seen something like that come on San Diego Hercules transport vertical takeoff in 2019 to Coronado's Island. I wish there were timestamps for these things so I could remind myself what on God's good earth we're talking about.
The C-130. You're not talking about the one that they modified to try and land in the field and extract the terrorists?
Maybe. A vertical transport for a Hercules.
I don't know about... There's no vertical. There's definitely done incredibly short takeoff and landings on Hercs. Hercs are incredible that way. Let's play a game. How many JADO units can we strap to a Herc to get it off the ground? And they'll just keep taking them. They're fine. Hercs are just amazing. But, don't know about a vertical takeoff Herc.
Diego Flores, why did the Chinese army copy the 19th Street Fighter UN uniforms? Well, they watched the movie and they really liked M. Bison in it, so they figured that. And to be fair...
At least that would make sense. And it would be China copying something, so it's appropriate.
Stuart McDuck. WA election is in March, so soonest we'll get an election is April, which sooner than later is likely to stem Labour's bleeding. Hopefully Lord Voldemort will start our great nuclear future, as promised.
Yes, I'm very, very, very hopeful for that. As I said before, it looks like our election's going to be May, so that's good. We've only got 5 months of stupidity, or 5.5 months of stupidity to get through. And yes, we need some nuclear. A lot of people don't realise, Australia, we are actually the second largest supplier of uranium in the world, and we're one of the few countries that if we asked for permission to start processing it into fuel rods, we would just get permission. It wouldn't even be an issue. So we can get all the stuff that we need to transfer over to nuclear power like that, and we can build the entire thing entirely internally for the country. We don't need to move anything from anywhere else in the world. We could be the world's largest uranium supplier if we wanted to with what we've got in the ground. We'd just crash the market if we did it, which is why we don't. So it drives me nuts that we're not already there. We should be. Power in Australia should cost nothing.
Mercenary 10, Ariel. Also, those drones are dumping stuff over people's homes, and they're going after passenger airliners and the possibly down one of them in New York. The way they maneuver are not possibly human-made, and again, they don't show up on military equipment. Are the aliens attacking? I am confused.
I've been hearing reports about these drone things. I'm not entirely sure on the details on this. I honestly haven't had time to look at it over the last couple of days. It's most likely just the military screwing around with some of their stuff. You know, one of the various military drone programs that are going on. Is we've got a couple that are public that we know about. Like we've got the Loyal Wingman project, which Boeing is working with down here in Australia to develop UCAVs. And those are already flying now. The Ghost Bats. Those things are friggin' awesome. Especially with how they're most to work. But they will absolutely not be the only drone program going on at the moment. So that's most likely what it is. It's likely just various drone programs doing tests. I mean, yeah, you probably will find some of them intercepting aircraft in flight as well, because funnily enough, the US military does kind of test out its new toys by doing interceptions and not telling anybody that they're doing them.
The Rails Artax, I'm just amused. Drones have made the inevitable future of military weapons laser-based. One step closer to the Imperial Guard with lasguns. Toka. We are going to have to figure out some laser systems to deal with this shit.
Yeah, it won't be in the way that people think. A rapid targeting laser just being used to burn out the guidance systems on the heads of missiles, or to burn out the computer cores once they're located on a drone. You know, an antenna point, if they have a system that can locate one. would actually be really efficient. Use a focus beam to precision strike a small hypersensitive component on the target, and just don't worry about destroying the rest of the target. Once that component's destroyed, it essentially becomes useless. So it could absolutely be something that's done. I don't think we'll be seeing Star Wars anytime soon, but it could be a very viable weapon system, especially with some of the stuff that's being built.
Much a shame. Lumi should play Nebulous Fleet Command after the carrier update drops in January. I'll have to check that game out again.
Yes,
Nebulous
I need to as well.
Is a game that I like a lot of the ideas from, but it's too short range for me. It's one of those Twitch shooter almost, where like something appears and you've now got to compete with the AI's reaction time to manually deploy countermeasures and stuff.
I don't like the arena combat aspect of it. I like the concept of every single other part of the game. The way it manages the ships, the way the movement's done, the way the physics is done. It is brilliant. I want a solar system size campaign. Give me a solar system size campaign where I have to take and secure areas. Let me play the Expanse as one of the military factions across an entire solar system with exactly the same mechanics that are in game, and I will love the hell out of that game. It's just the tight arenas around rocks, it gets boring really quickly.
Yep, and forces a very specific playstyle.
Yes.
The real Zartax. I, for one, welcome every opportunity to flex at the non-490 plebs. Talker. One has to make sure that the gear is up to standard. The Summer Viking. Art style will forever trump photorealism. Correct?
Yes, absolutely. And you can see it already. Every single game that's had beautiful graphics has falling off the edge within a couple of years. Every single game that was built around stylized graphics has lasted longer and tends to have more replay value going backwards. So it'll drop costs and you'll get longer lived games if you go that way. More companies need to realize it. Just a really nice art style designed around the concept of your game, and just you win. You don't have to fight the graphics, advancing graphics all the time, and you don't have to fight the development costs for that.
Sujal, there's a screenshot where they refer to white males as insecure by default. The people behind the game are woke. Happy to have, no dev. Yep, I've seen that. It's... The Nazis are driving around talking to other Nazis like, wow, it's so easy to manipulate insecure men. I'm sure that's what the Nazis thought. The real Zartax. Behave, LumLum. No asking for feet pics. Talker. It is difficult for her. Marksman on 17B. LumLum, tell Mags about Deathclaw and Mao. LumLum is already dead.
I've seen enough stream. I don't know exactly what the go is with Deathclaw. I tend to miss the start of all your streams because of how early they start on my time. But I know a bit about what's going on. Don't worry, chat. I'm mostly up to date.
Chat is degenerate. That's what's wrong with them.
Yes.
Reverend Norse, did you miss my previous super chat? If not, Adventru. I did see it. We were skipping around. Gigatwin, what we need is Cole the Conqueror, and adapt his best story, The Shadow King, a story where Cole has to fight against the established shadow government of serpent men that are the real secret rulers behind his own throne. I mean, honestly, anything sword and sorcery, I would take right now. Anything sword and sorcery.
I'd take anything that's traditional. But even beyond sword and sorcery, so just wind the clock back to some good action or good detective movies, something where your man is a man, your woman is a woman, and they're doing things, and the focus isn't on anything in relation to current politics. Just pick a story and keep everything within the story. That's my biggest complaint with almost all media now, and it's kind of killing. For somebody who's been gaming as long as I have, it kills a lot of my buzz with gaming, is the escapism is almost gone. You can't escape into anything media-wise anymore without the real world imposing itself, and it shits me. And it's funny. All the stuff that performs well at the moment are the few titles where still do allow that escapism. They need to just piss off modern day politics out of everything. Just focus on making a good story with compelling characters over a compelling series of events, and just give that to us.
Yep. I mean, that's why Marvel Rivals, a Chinese knockoff of Overwatch, is outselling Overwatch by an enormous margin.
Yeah, I hate the fact that it's a Chinese company that's doing it. But I'm probably going to wind up playing that at some point because I am going to get an itch for that kind of game, and they're the only ones producing the product. So, I mean, I'd like somebody else to, but if nobody else is going to...
Mario Trujillo. Sometimes they could do is cast a fit actor as young Conan that have him built up as he ages into King Conan. They won't do it because it makes sense. Yeah, true. Like, young Conan was just like a wiry, tough guy because he's living in Chimera, a place with shit nourishment, frankly.
Yeah, that'd work perfectly. There wouldn't be an issue with that. And yeah, that would allow you to get somebody on screen that little bit faster by having them turn into the beast on the screen. But you're right, that makes sense. So modern day writers absolutely wouldn't want to do that.
Yep. You'd also basically have to put somebody on contract for like 5 years, where it's like, yep, you gotta maintain this ridiculous workout regime.
Yeah, it would be one of those. It would be almost a Disney style contract. You'd need, all right, so we're going to have you for 7 seasons of a TV show, so that's 7 years. You'll have to maintain the workout through the entirety of that, and then we get towards the end, say about season 6. From there, that contract is going to lock you into a minimum of 3 movies for our trilogy in order to make this worth it, to expand it out from that point. And then we want the option for a continuation should this be successful following on the end of the 3rd movie. You know, it'd be something like that. It would be, congratulations, this is your career for the next decade and a half.
Yeah, and the problem is that really, pretty much all of the mainline Marvel actors hated that. Robert Downey Jr. Hated it. The guy who played Captain America, Steve Rogers, he fucking hated it. Because it's a lot of pressure also, and you're like never off the clock. You're always doing something. You have years of your life locked in, planned out, where you'll need to be in these places and do this and that for so and so long.
Yep, and you have to maintain the physical fitness. You cannot back up on it at any point in time. You can't back up on your appearance. You're not allowed to change that. There are actually regulations in those contracts on how you're allowed to have your hair cut, how you're allowed to have your facial hair cut, what you're allowed to do that could potentially cause injuries outside of work, because that means that you become a liability to the entire... They're horrible contracts.
There's a little funny fact as well. Bob Ross, a very famous individual, largely for his fro, he hated his afro. Because he got it just before he got famous, and he got it because it was a perm, which was a really cheap and easy hairdo at the time that required relatively little maintenance and so on. So he got that just because. Then he blew up, and that became his trademark, and he had to keep it, and he hated it because it was hot as fuck, and he despised it.
Yep. I had heard that one before. And yeah, it is a thing. When you get into these sort of positive situations, these I guess IP situations like that, where you just sometimes you get regulated on what you're allowed to do outside of your work to maintain it, and it sucks. I can totally see why they hate it, but if you're also planning on building a series of movies, videos, anything that's going to go for a period of longer than 10 years, and you want consistency, you have to sort of do it. You have to have those contracts.
Yep. And everything that comes with it.
To be fair, in the long run, I think that throw has worked out really well for him.
Yes, he probably did. Marked ashamed. What ruined Hollywood was SAG-AFTRA and Writers Guild of America unions. Yep, that did not help. Because
No,
that means that now, so long as you are part of the Writers Guild, you are a writer, and you must be hired, basically. There were even requirements of writers' rooms, so even if you had one writer that you wanted, you had to hire like 2 more just to drag the one you liked down.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and it led us to the path that we're at now.
Intergalactic protagonist is 4B. 4B. This is one of those near references, isn't it?
Yes, I've never played the game. I know vaguely of the characters.
Ben, Valmet in Jormungand, strong woman, read my supers. I am. And aren't I? Have I missed something? I don't think I have. I'm pressing the little like button next to them now. It's just that we're not getting to it yet. Hexy, ugly isn't my issue. The lore breaking with Ciri is. I can have both issues. I'm very open like that. Sujad for W4. It's one of the 2 things. They changed the model, which for, to look like one of the writer's developers, or it was originally supposed to be a male prototype, but last minute change. No, Dev is great. Dev is great. I think it was always going to be Ciri, because they did set up Ciri to be the next chosen one, and as far as passing the torch setups went, yeah, it was a hell of a lot better than most of them, where they just force a female character into the hot seat by, well, humiliating and shitting on the preceding male character.
Yeah. Yeah, this has the potential to be a really nice passing of the torch, because Geralt isn't dead in Witcher 3. He's retired. So he can absolutely show up in Witcher 4 and you can see something from the other side. There is good potential here. But again, it comes down to how well it's written, and there is some question on where that's going to go. We'll have to I said we need more info. I won't condemn Witcher based on this one trailer. There's not enough there to do that. It's not like the other one, the Intergalactic one, that was just cringe-inducing. The Witcher one is more enough to make me cautious. We'll see what else they release as they come into the future.
Brendan Lucas. Ciri is sullen and angry towards villagers, but is protective of the special girl. Steal lines and moves from male Witcher. CD Projekt Red deeply arrogant about fan reaction. 2015 all over again. Possibly. Marksman 117B. I think the dev said Ciri has done the trials. There was a mention of that, yes. Brendan Lucas. In contrast, I like Intergalactic because Protag doesn't copy men, has stupid retro look. Neil Druckmann is passive-aggressive victim. I wish the best. And Hexy. Ciri is a female space marine. Do not support slop. Mr. Frenzy. Hey, Arch, did you see Flash Kids just dropped a new Space King video? I did not. I might check it out later. Messer 1. I want to see the time Ciri spent in Night City. Ariel. To see Night City? I don't know any of these references.
Yeah, it was like an Easter egg, I think, in Cyberpunk 2077, where Ciri is supposed to have time jumped into Night City in 2077. So it's a bit of an Easter egg. I doubt it's going to be anything canon-wise. I think it was an Easter egg back in one of the Witcher 3 expansions as well that was put in for it when they knew that they were doing 2077.
I didn't even know about that. Hexy, Dev is gay. We don't take his opinion on women. That is true, largely, yes. Obdulio, I don't understand why people are even amusing the idea that Witcher 4 would be okay. We've seen videos by how deep into DI they are. This thing is going to be dead on arrival. Well, that's the thing. You lose nothing from assuming it to be bad and holding out hope for it to be good.
Yeah, this is my opinion on it. I'm not saying that it can't turn out to be an absolute shit show. That is completely on the table. It's just, we'll wait and see. There's not enough information to throw it all down now. If it is bad, we will know before it's released, because CD Projekt Red is going to have to release more trailers, they're going to have to release more information, and we will see them building the noose with which they're going to hang themselves with ahead of time. But there's no point in kicking up a stink yet. See where it goes. More in it, more content for down the track for Arch.
Yes. Pakelda 2, Arch, do you think that the Astral Claws would have still turned to Chaos if the Inquisitor wasn't denying them resources? Were they already experimenting with Chaos before that? Alien Isolation. I don't know. I don't think so. I think they might have, like, a few hundred years in the future after that, because they were already acting as the Cohost Astartes, and once they ran out of enemies, they might very well start thinking of expanding their way of doing things. But I don't think they were inherently chaotic. God King Trump, bit behind. Ripley went bald in 3 because she was visibly female in a male prison. It made sense in the story to defeminize her. Hashtag Deathclaw.
Yeah, exactly. And that would work perfectly fine if you were to do that series. But starting with a character that way, it's never going to work.
Yep, it's a terrible start for the character, because she's just unlikable. And if she was hot, at least, she could maybe get away with that, but no, she's ugly and unlikable. And Nathan Cassidy, as a Witcher 3 fan, it's not that Ciri is the main character, it is that they are breaking their own law. CD Projekt Red made an ESG video that's still up, and they are going down the route of the Netflix show went. Yes, they are an ESG company. As I mentioned also, they also have a yearly grant, which they call like Girls in Game or something, where they give out stipends and privileged access to the studio and their developers to girls only. They are a woke company. Wolfsbane, it's funny because I thought Triss's alt outfit was too much and switched back to the original. It didn't fit the world other than in some parts. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. The whole, like, oh, everyone's just a gooner now. Like, no. Wanting attractive characters is not gooning. Like, no, you're not sitting there jerking off to this. You're just like, yes, no, this is an attractive character that I like. That really is it. So, Jard, what about that ugly ham planet who guested over the female barbarian in Diablo 4? No dev streams are best streams. Oh, yes, the Diablo 4. God, I am so glad that Path of Exile 2 appears to be eating Diablo 4's lunch, because fuck that game. I fucking hate Diablo 4.
I did not buy Diablo 4. I have not played Diablo 4, and this is coming from somebody who is a fan of those type of games. I have been loving Path of Exile 2. It has some issues. It definitely has some issues and some balancing that they need to sort out, and a little bit of explanation on some of the mechanics, which are a bit vague, and the game sort of leaves you up in the air to work them out on your own. But fantastic game, and yes, if it kills Diablo 4, this will be exceptional. Couldn't have happened to a better game.
I hated 4. It's just an MMO with a Diablo skin. It has none of the style, none of the story, none of the aesthetic, none of the feel of Diablo. It's just an empty little husk dragging the name through the mud.
Yeah, I played through Diablo 3 God knows how many times, and Path of Exile 2 feels more like Diablo 3 than Diablo 3 did. So I can only imagine how far off the rails Diablo 4 went. I haven't even watched streams or video of it. No, it's Blizzard and it's 2024. I know where this is going. No interest. So just stepped away from it. But yeah, Path of Exile 2. It's great. It really is.
So on the ledge, Spoon and Dev equals cucking to wider audience. The widest possible audience. Wrath, Simulation 115, question for the guest. Which quest, given you love of 3D space games, what are your thoughts on the game Nebula Fleet Command?
We mentioned that just a second ago.
We did.
Yes. It's good. Needs a campaign. It's great. Needs a campaign.
Why, Hayden, I'm still in wait-and-see mode. I'm interested on how she passed the trial. I thought they lost the knowledge to make more witches. Well, They lost most of it, apparently. Angel's 32. My theory about Ciri is they are making her a Witcher to keep the gameplay similar to Witcher 3. Yeah, probably. It's just like, you name your game The Witcher. Like, okay, you're gonna have to have a Witcher, I guess. Bob Warring name. So who is the Wallaby? This is Mags. He's a good boy.
Yes, this is me. I don't know about good, but...
Aussie, 95. Holy shit, my favorite Victorian and Swede in the same stream. Nice.
My God, you know what state I'm in. Actually, no, I've spoken about that before.
Thrill Zardax, you should sell doormat merch with that Lumpec talker. I should. The LumLum likes feet doormat. That would be something. Then again, chat is often saying like, chat would buy this. Chat would not buy this. I know you too well, chat. I understand you now. You cannot trick me anymore.
Chat likes the meme.
Chat likes the meme, yes. Bob Warring name. Bring back the 40s. Damn, we're going all the way back.
I'd go further back. 30s.
Bob Warring name. LumLum force feeds Arch fund when? Well, I am probably going to have to go to America next year. That'll be an experience, I'm sure. Mark Shane, as long as the activist investment in BlackRock and Vanguard exists, the pendulum hasn't swung back. Oh, I'm sure they'll be divesting soon enough.
Yeah, that'll always lag behind. The public shift has already started. People have just gotten sick and tired of it, which means the money will stop flowing out of the public, which means the money stops flowing to the investors, and there's a bit of a lag, and then the investors start pulling out, or the investment companies need to shift their investments to wherever the money is. So there's always a delay. And the delay is usually based on the quarterly or half-year financial and income reports for most of these companies. Occasionally the annual, depending on how much money they want to lose.
Brandon, you want to stop the pendulum swing. These morons want power, and the deep state establishment, whatever, will give it to them. Until the global elites, and who have no principles, hold all the levers. Yes, well, that is the problem.
Guarantees citizenship.
People want power, and they have different ideas of what they want to use that power for. The right have their ideas, and now that they see the power moving back in their direction, they are going to try and bring it all the way to them. They have no interest in stopping it in the middle. I do. So, we'll have to have the argument again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I mentioned the gatekeeping before. We want things to stop. We want things neutralized. There are people at the top who absolutely want to gather all they can, and they always will. So that's the battle we're going to have to fight. We fought it on one side. We are now going to have to fight it on the other, and that was always going to be a thing.
Unfortunately. Why are you hating? Tyranny of the middle. Stick for everything else. Yes, the tyranny of neutrality. Pukelda 2. Lumi, what is the bloop gun, and why was it called that? The bloop gun. One of the many things the Americans named with an M, but this time actually added a few more numbers. The 79 grenade launcher. Named largely, I would assume, because of the sound it makes when fired.
Yep, the sound that will never go away, and so exists even in the 41st millennium in Space Marine 2, when you take the bolt gun with the grenade rifle, which is a grenade launcher, which is one of the funniest goddamn things in that game once you've got it relicked.
A little boop. Mr. Personality, build a dam in the center of the desert. Yes, because you gotta, get power out of it.
Yep, that's about the logic that we're seeing
That's
when it comes to green energy, yes.
Bacillus Alexosius. Arch, have you ever played Mage the Ascension? Bell is rung, but...
Yeah, I remember the name, I don't remember the game.
I have...
I'm vaguely thinking it was part of the White Wolf series, so it was because they had Werewolf, they had Vampire the Masquerade, and I think Mage may have been another one of the side projects, I think. But I haven't looked at those games in quite some time.
Yeah, me neither. I have not seen it either. Boring name, but Wallaby Man, how else were your government supposed to be bribed by the Chinese?
Oh, there's been enough of that going on. We want that to go away. We're kind of sick and tired of it down here. We really need to throw out half of our government. I do like that the Premier of Victoria, who just won an election, suddenly quit his job and then bailed the country after it turned out that there may have been a high-ranking government official that was working directly with the Chinese Communist Party. Gee, I wonder if that was related.
Yeah, Australia has been a victim of some proper Chinese subterfuge there, as they have... I mean, they've bought out a significant portion of your nation at this point.
Thankfully, we're sort of putting the blocks up on it now.
Yep.
But it's pretty far behind. We've got a lot of work to take it back.
Of
course, the good side of if something kicks off in the Pacific is we can just turn around and go, no, all of that's ours now. You're a hostile belligerent. We can take all your shit. You don't own any of it anymore. So, yeah, swings and roundabouts.
The West made the error of treating China as an equal, rather than a belligerent neighbor.
Yes.
Counterstructure. Google German church moved coal. Okay.
This up as well.
What? Engineers transported a 660-ton church 12 kilometers by truck to save it from destruction.
You're fucking kidding me.
Okay. I mean, hey, at least they moved it, right? Good.
If I facepalm any hider, I'm going to punch the back of my skull. Jesus Christ.
That brings me on. That brings something even worse, though, because they didn't move all of them either. Fucking pictures. 19th century, old style, beautiful church being torn down to make way for coal mines. Like, oh.
Alright. I find this particularly infuriating, because I live in a country where the oldest building is only a little over 200 years old. I've met people from Germany over here before who have basements that cornerstones predate my country being on a map, and it's in their house that they live in. I like old shit because we don't have anything here. We don't have any castles. We don't have these gorgeous old buildings. I want to see them, and just seeing the disrespect of ripping these surviving structures down.
For a coal mine.
Just somebody slap the shit out of anybody that's involved in this, please. It's disgusting.
Oh, depressing is what it fucking is. Skiki, no leaf. Good. We got like 30 centimeters of snow here in about 24 hours for Toka. Yeah, it's heading into the snowing season around here too now.
Fun. It's going to be like 40 today.
Oh, that's the nice part about Australia, I guess.
Yes, we're in upside down land. Our summer, our Christmas is spent by the pool.
But
just doing the conversion.
Lumi, then Arch, how is the 12-gauge shotgun measurement created? My previous 4 for alien translation, if that exists. Otherwise, anti-Deathclaw. I actually know this one. It's a retarded measurement, and it comes from the British measurement of gauging cannons from their fucking grape shot nonsense. The gauge is determined by the size of the number of balls inside of it. So a 12 gauge would take 12 lead balls of the same size. Does it make sense? Not necessarily. Is it what we're stuck with? Yes.
So I didn't know that one. I didn't know that one at all. That is, you're right, really, really retarded.
And the worst part is,
Harrison's
it's actually
question.
worse than the British,
Fire
because
is
the
the
British
answer.
used just the gauge as they used it as the size of the cannon ball. So an 8-pound cannon would have an 8-pound ball. Simple. And then the Americans were like, no, we can make this dumber. Fucking Americans. Marksman, has the Dick Girl Deathclaw broken $1,000 yet? The joke has not reached completion until it does. The fact the first place slot is held by a short stack footer is just a funnier bonus. One person's discomfort is enough comedy. Let's see, where's the Dick Girl Deathclaw now? No, she's still at $951. So somebody needs to drop another $49 on the Dick Girl Deathclaw too. For sure, past 1,000. I had to find artists for this. I had to start contacting people. Hey, do you draw chicks with dicks? And I wasn't like, no.
That's got to be an interesting conversation.
Yep. And so, some of these poor bastards answered yes. I'm gonna be like, okay, do you draw reptiles with dicks? Oh well.
Oh, it gets worse.
Said if I were to, we already know which of what is bad with all the women on the dev team, and bluehead people, stop huffing copium and use your eyes. We've all seen this pattern before. And I remind you as well, the whole, like, females in games grants, that's also a part of that, is to bring them to the Witcher studio, where they will, of course, gain networking and contacts. So you have presumably attractive 20-year-old women showing up in the studio as upper management looks at them and then decides to hand out jobs. Yes, I think a lot of these people were given jobs at CD Projekt Red, and I think some of them were not granted them on the expertise of their programming skills.
It does seem to be a constant thing with all of these ESG companies, doesn't it?
Yes. So, Jard, for a solar system, you need the solar cell, the amp wattage regulator, solar optimized batteries, and DC-AC inverter. Ridiculously ineffective and environmental damaging. Kick dev donation. You know, solar cells are awful. They cost, like, Spain built this huge solar system tower years and years ago. And it still costs more to operate to this day than it puts out energy. It's just this enormous fucking waste that cost a lot of money to build and now costs a lot of money to operate.
Yeah. And on there are better ways to do it than using solar panels as well. It's the thing. If you want to build something that's large, if you've got the right sun for it, it's actually been one that I've been curious about with why we haven't built one in Australia. You have a central tower that's essentially nothing but a water tower. And instead of solar panels around it, you just have mirrors. And you have the mirrors track the sun, direct the light, intense light onto the tower itself, heat up the water inside of the tower, and from there it basically runs like a nuke plant. The water boils, turns to steam, drives a turbine, generates electricity. They're not particularly efficient, but they don't come with any of the complexities of needing to build solar panels or anything else. It's a bunch of mirrors and glass and a big steel tower and a turbine, and you're generating wattage. In somewhere like Australia, it would be perfect because you can build them really big. We have huge stretches of terrain that have nothing on it that we could build these things in, but nobody's ever bothered.
Yep. Solar power is cute and all, but with the sheer amount of land required to make it even mildly effective, it's just not a good solution for 98% of places.
As a total replacement, even here, it's not an ideal solution. It's an okay supplement. I'm totally down with solar panels on the roof of your houses, taking up you've got your roof space up there anyway. It's getting sunlight. It's generating heat. Use your roof space to generate a supplement to your power to drop the cost of your own power bills. Yeah, if you're in a place that gets enough sun to make that worthwhile, every house in Australia should have these by default. Most houses have enough roof coverage to completely run their in-house hot water services completely independently of the power grid. We just take that completely out of the equation. Some places like where I live, it's enough to take out about half the heating as well. Even in wintertime, you can take out at least a quarter of your heating bill if you're running electric heating. So it makes sense having that. But as a large-scale replacement for the entire power grid, no. The efficiency just is not there. Even here, and God, no, not in somewhere like the UK.
Taras Shevchenko, that is what the cone from the last stream does to your asshole. The coal mining, I guess. Oh yes, the woman who slept with 100 men. One of her sex toys was a literal traffic cone, which just goes up her ass. Like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I imagine that's what a box would look like, or at least that's what it will look like once she's gone through 1,000 blokes in a couple of months. That's horrific.
God King Trump, look at the Moranbah region of QLD, Australia on Google Maps to see the massive scars they dig up for coal.
Mm-hmm. Yep, when we dig a hole down here, we don't half-ass it.
Bob, what a name. Arch, you could nuke Paris and yet it would still smell of piss. Well, yes. Yeah. That's the problem with Paris. It's been peed on for too long.
Never been, never want to go. My parents did go over there for a holiday about 4 years ago, and they went to the center of Paris because, parents' romantic thing in Paris, and the smell was apparently so bad that my mother vomited. And then they left Paris. And went to south of France before they bailed the entire country, and swore they would never go there again. So, yay for good tourism for France.
Pedro Gorostiza, no leaf equals no stick. Here you go, another $5. I need to be seeing hundos to consider the kicking of Dev. Poor Dev. Gabriel Natea, here, have some shekels for a Dev-free stream. Marksman NTV, did you see a Russian mouse with 40k helmet on drone? The fucking turtle. We brought it up in the stream, actually. Revenos, Ventru Supremacy. Also, solar farms in the UK reminds me of how similar idiocy had in Sweden. So an interesting documentary on how much wind power has failed us and how the government is covering up the losses and destruction. Yes. Again, it is just not an effective means of doing this stuff. And we've put too much money into it now to back down, so we're just going to keep building it and hope that it'll eventually pay for itself at some point in a very distant future.
Which it never will. The cost of putting them up is more expensive than the amount of power that they're generating, so they're just constantly generating a bill.
Then you need to take out the fucking blades, replace those, then you need to dig those down in ever increasingly large scrap heaps of used up fucking turbine blades.
Yep, and then there's the amount of destruction that they do to the local area whenever they actually put them in the first place. Yeah, so they can be used, but you've got to build them in the place where there's wind, in a place where it makes sense. And the problem is nobody's building any of these green energy sources are no good for replacement. They're not efficient enough. But on top of that, because of stupid governments that have no friggin' idea, they're building them in the places where they don't make sense.
Heresy's the question.
So the efficiency is only compounded. It's stupid.
Why are you hating? That mouse was like for Ukraine. Banzai. Oh yes, the suicide mouse. Poor suicide mouse. Nerdy text account. Arch trying to gaslight Lumi harder than that lady that tried to convince herself doing 100 men in a single day was a good thing. The fact that she was crying at the end and then... Oh, God, I guarantee you then she was like, I'll never do this again. Her management gets her in a room. It's like, listen, that wasn't that bad. It was awful. That wasn't that bad. No, it was terrible. That wasn't that bad. I guess it wasn't that bad.
The management is a mother.
I guess she really wanted a son. What can I say? Brandon, I don't know why, but LumLum, ASW, and Plain Feet made me think of mermaids fighting the Navy. Strap a grot bomb to Lumi. Poor LumLum. Black917, Hail Arch Christ, Lord and Savior. Hi Lumi, hi Mags. Hashtag Ventru and Miss Graves. We shall add that to the Ventru.
I always prefer brough and gangrel.
Chat is not liking brough at all now. They've donated $2 to brough. It's Ventru and Tremia, then all the leaders.
To be fair, I liked old brough before they turned into essentially, well, nowadays they would be BLM. I like the old style because they were the Crusader Knight faction before they sort of got corrupted. And gangrel was just basically vampire werewolves, which I always kind of liked. Gave me an excuse to slaughter everything when I played as them.
I got King Trump. Hashtag kick pet otaku. Oh, you silly boys. Timothy LaRue missed mine anyway. Arch, play Dune Spice Wars. I didn't miss it. I just hadn't gotten to it yet. You must understand. The backlog is long when you finally get started. What is still ready to do? This and previous chat for any old world blues. The only reason I brought Hearts of Iron. Okay. $5. It's a start, chat. I'll take it. Anything for slightly less ponies. Although I will say, the Equestrian War mod is very well done, at least. They've got loads of events, and the autistic detail somebody went through in that mod, where every single province has a fucking lore dump to it. Like, oh yeah, we made up lore for this particular province. Like, Jesus. I guess that's what happens when you really like something. Mark to shame, don't blame me. I said Star Wars, Empires at War. Nettie texts an accountant. Art, stop breaking the LumLum. If you keep breaking her, you must eat biscuit and gravy. I don't want to. Looks disgusting. Go to King Trump. The issue with the 556 is that also that on unarmored targets, while loaded up on magic medicine, they take 3 to 5 rounds to drop unless they get a vital. Need more trauma, yeah. Ben, 6'8", X51 is just a hot charge necked down 762. Maybe it'll work. I guess we'll find out. Barcelos Alexis, ask Dev if he's still cross-dressing as camera lady. Lol. I will. Adriel Zartax, how long until we strap chickens to rocket drones for gimbaled cameras? Probably a while still. We're not quite there economically. Brendan, the biggest issue for caseless ammo was that the propellant had a habit of flaking off and then jamming. The G11 solved the heat problems. Having pieces of ammo stuck inside of your weapon is probably not good.
And especially when that pieces of ammo, the bits that were flaking off, are actually propellant, so they affect the next load. And yeah, the G11, as I recall, the top of it was basically a heat sink. Because that's the other problem with caseless ammo, is the brass you eject absorbs a chunk of the heat of the ignition, so it acts as a heat sink to keep the gun cool, or at least somewhat cool. Gets rid of some of the heat at the point of ejection, which your caseless ammo doesn't. You have all the heat has to be dealt by the rifle itself. So yeah, it could be done.
Sentinel Rex, mermaids love feet. That is all. That is true. The Sober Viking. I will not forgive Crashpunk 2077 because it will set a statement that it's okay to release a broken piece of shit. Also, Deathclaw.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, don't forgive the don't forgive the launch. I quite liked Cyberpunk 2077. I think it's an okay game. It has problems, but it's an okay game. Never forgive them that launch. Never forgive any company that launch. Every time they try and forget that launch, remind them of that launch.
Zerg 1337. G'day, mate. What's your opinion on our subs and us renting the American ones to fill the gap? Dev Bikini.
It's good. It's nice we're finally getting nuke subs. I am absolutely happy. We had the toss-up between the Astute and the... God, what is the American one again? Oh, I forget off the top of my head. Shit, I'm having a brain block. But yes, we've gone with the American ones until we build our own, because that's part of our deal. We're getting a massive set of sub pens down in Perth. to start manufacturing our own, which means we are going to have to start processing our own uranium anyway for the sub-reactors. It's great. We should have done this 10 to 15 years ago or more. Virginia, thank you. I just saw that in chat. Yes, Virginia class. And yeah, we're getting a couple of them on loan because we will be building our own version of the Virginia class, but we need something to train our crews up on in advance. So they're tossing a couple of them our way while we build our own. And part of the reason they want us to be able to build our own, one, it's good that we can build our own. But two, if we have the capability of building our own Virginia class subs down in Perth, it also means we have the capability of dry docking both the UK's Astute class and the US Virginia classes and repairing them should they take damage. So it means you have a rather well protected, massive, full repair capable sub pen in South Australia, or in Western Australia rather, that in the southern part of Australia that US and British subs can go to and use to fix themselves up if something decides to kick off.
Marksman, do those solar farms have solar death beams like we have in California? Look up the Californian solar beams laser and how many birds are sacrificed each year. Also, this and last $5 going to the death claw. Have you tried training AI for pictures? I have not. It would probably be more trouble than worth, frankly. And yes, these do also kill birds, because at the point of concentration from all of these solar panels, you're talking a couple 100 degrees plus. So a bird flies in that, bird dead. But hey, I kind of hate birds, so that's fine by me. Much ashamed. 4B, the arch enemy of 2B. The real Zartex, you don't get it? I'm a misogynist, and I don't want no woman protag unless she's smoking hot. If they want my misogynist money, comply. Talker. It's a valid position. Marksman, the Russians taped a mouse wearing a 40k helmet to a drone and flew it into a Ukrainian trench. The mouse died for the Emperor. His squeaks will echo in the warp and strike fear in all lesser beings. We witnessed the birth of Skaven. Praise to Horn One. I don't think I saw that one. Pakelda, 12 gauge with the size of a lead sphere, where 12 of them would equal 1 pound. A pound. Zero Firewater. Solar panels can actually overheat. Also, the scummy part is now they're trying to charge you for, I think, using batteries because they aren't making enough money. Of course they are. There's probably going to be like... I swear to God, we are going to hit a point where we are going to have rechargeable batteries that will phone home whenever they're recharged or something. Like phones, definitely. Phones will have like a recharge timer for the climate, like you're wearing and tearing our lithium battery. We're going to have to charge you for that.
That'll be the end of phones. I'll stop using one at that point. I already picked my cars based on which ones have the ability to actually talk without my permission to anything outside of the car.
Ben, thoughts about other Aussie YouTuber named Perun? Perun?
I don't know the YouTuber, sorry.
Yeah, most
surprisingly,
YouTubers
I don't
know
watch a
anything
lot.
about YouTubers.
Yes, I only watch a handful. I watch ArchCast, Razor Fist, and a few others, but I keep my YouTube watching to a minimum. Too much else to do.
Yep, same. Dirty Team Money Dog. Hi Arch, Terra and Victor round 2 when? Loved your first playthrough of it. Next update we'll have Orbital Fighter Crafts. Tremere. I am waiting for that one, yes, because I want to play with the Orbital Fighters. And Terra and Victor is really good.
Yes, I do need to give that another look.
It's laborious, and they do need to fix that. Like, needing to order intercepts of every incoming alien fleet is retarded. They should just make a garrison system where it's like, yeah, okay, I've got 10 ships in orbit. Just assume they attack the hostile aliens unless I tell them not to.
Yes, it was very much a game that I found that I was putting on a lot of ebooks and running them in the background. So I was listening to a story while using the game to keep my hands busy when I was playing through it. But it was good. I enjoyed it. They just, again, early access game needs some improvements in a few areas, like another one we were talking about.
Yep. User friendliness. Like, when you're expected to... When you build your game mechanic around redoing an action 5,000 times, Add in a way to automate that fucking action.
Mm-hmm.
But Ilzartax, remember how ISIS are bad for smashing old historical things? Well, you know, they're the Germans. They're not that much better than ISIS. Really. Basically the same kind of people.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Non-melodic 11. Hi, Arch. Greetings from Japan. Did any of the games announced at the Games Award catch your interest? Not really. I only really saw two, Witcher 4 and the Interstellar one, because I didn't watch the Game Awards.
I saw a couple in there. War Mechanic looked interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to play, but that looked kind of fun. Looked like a bit of a survival crafting war simulator. There's a couple of others in there as well. I'm a little curious about the new Turok game, although I'm not hopeful for it. But it'd be interesting to see what they're going to try. We need more dinosaur games more than anything else. And that's the main reason I'm sort of curious is I have a son who has an addiction to dinosaurs, as you can imagine. So if it's got a co-op option and it's not crap, it might be something viable. But yeah, there wasn't a huge amount there.
Little Zotax. Jap runs crisis center hotlines in Paris for their people to use so they don't off themselves in their disappointment when visiting. Please, madam, don't kill yourself. Paris is shit, but, you know, you can come home now. The Dodger UK jumped in when solar panel keen, wrong place, calls government. Solar panels in wrong place cause government. I'm shocked, I'm presuming. Yes, the government is as usual terrible at the things we get it to do. Govern. Trify, I hear, like Cyberpunk, Fallout 76 apparently now is a decent game after the patches and particularly with the release of the show. But yeah, studios shouldn't be this comfortable releasing unfinished products. Agree. And Timothy LaRue. Arch, did you see the US is testing a magazine-fed 30mm grenade launcher the size of an M16? Also anti-deathclaw. I didn't see that, but I do know America has a fair few automatic grenade launchers, like the 30, both the 30 and the 40mm, I think, which are cute.
Yes, every day we are getting slowly closer to 40k bolters. It's good.
Just gotta make them a little bit more mobile, that's all. And with that, at long last, we are through everything. Thank God, I was getting hungry.
Yeah, well, it is a bit past lunchtime here now. It's been good.
Yes, thank you very much for coming on today, Max. It's been awesome. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, it has been a pleasure.
You will find a link to Mags' channel in the description below. You cannot click the @Mags in the fucking title because YouTube is a piece of shit.
I'm not hard to find. I should be streaming tonight. I think I'll be able to fit that one in. I'll be down tomorrow because I'm getting my entire internet yanked out and a new internet put in, which means I might even be able to turn the quality up. And should be back to it. So at the moment I'm doing my playthrough of MechWarrior 5 Clans. It's crap, don't buy it, but I'm going to complete the playthrough anyway. Playing a bit of Sea Power and streaming. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. I have been playing a lot of Path of Exile, so I might stream Path of Exile on YouTube tonight.
Because why not?
Why not?
So until next time, chat, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations as always, and I will see you all again soon. Till then, chat, have a good night. And go bother LumLum. Tell LumLum, that she's rude for demanding raids. Yes, that should trigger her. She's afraid of being called rude.
Service
the Dodger UK at the end there. I worked on a 2-bit software for nuclear subs. I am scared conversions between millimeters and inches and differences of degrees work by toilet paper. That could be one of the challenges.
I'm pretty sure the Virginias will be built to the US spec because they want us to be able to build spare parts for their Virginias. So it'll be built to their spec.
Good night, chat. Try to keep yourselves out of trouble now.